Honorable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated. I just have a statement. Honorable members, on your desks, you will find a copy of the special edition Hansard for the special sitting that was held on September 15th, 2022. As you will remember, the sitting was a tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II following her passing on September 8th, 2022. This special edition includes all of the words of grief and gratitude that were shared by members on that day, as well as it includes many photographs of the special sitting, the memorial ceremony that was held on the front of the steps of the legislature, as well as images of the life and legacy of Her late Majesty. I'd like to extend a thank you to members of Hansard and the communications team from the Legislative Assembly office for putting this important document together. I hope that this keepsake will be a treasured reminder of your service to the Queen and to the province. But if you would like an additional copy, I do have a limited number available at my office.
Introduction of visitors.
Honorable members, today I am very pleased to introduce a group of visiting officials from our sister province in Hokkaido, Japan. I had the pleasure of meeting with them this morning, and we discussed a number of important issues as we continue to strengthen ties between our two great regions. We have much of a shared desire of freedom, of support, and I know that they are here visiting members of our Ministry of Education. I invite you to all rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
Honorable members, also seated in the Speaker's Gallery today is Ms. Heather Toporski. Heather is a constituent of Athabasca Barhead Westlock, has worked in the Alberta healthcare system for over 30 years, and now coaches leaders in health, education, and government sectors, including providing some leadership coaching to LAO staff and members. I would invite her to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction has a school group to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Guthrie School serves military family and students on Edmonton's military base. Mr. Speaker, through you and to you, I'd like to introduce you to the grade 6 class. If I could ask them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on behalf of my friend from Edmonton South to introduce to you and through you 35 grade 6 students from Monsignor Fee Otterson School, which is located in the constituency of Edmonton South. The students are seated in the public gallery and are joined by their teacher, Miss Susan Andre. I ask that the House join me in giving them the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable the Deputy Premier has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce to you and through you two of my constituents from the beautiful community of Edmonton South West, Yuki Wong and Harris Liu. Yuki Wong is a recipient of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. Mr. Speaker, please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Justice.
Well, Sasaria Call, Mr. Speaker, and Donavad. It's an honour to introduce to you and through you to the members of the Assembly, Dr. Navjot Gosal and Pam Cholak. Now, Dr. Gosal worked as a mixed animal practitioner in Punjab before moving to Edmonton in the winter of 2008. He was a veterinarian with a mixed animal rural practice in Morinville, but mostly in Lac-La-Biche, before moving to a small animal private practice in Edmonton. Might have heard him on the radio in the previous years on 630 CHED, talking to pet owners on his weekly or on a weekly radio show. A proud Albertan raising a son with his wife. I ask all members of the gallery this afternoon to, as they stand, to join me in giving them a warm welcome to the Assembly.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Sheila Etier. Sheila founded Blankets of Love, which provides quilts to patients who are in hospital for treatment of mental illness. She's a lifelong resident of St. Albert, author, and a Global Woman of Vision recipient 2008. Sheila is here today because her family's been impacted by the backlog of cancer treatment. I ask Sheila to now rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The honourable member for Chestermere-Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise and introduce four amazing women who I'm very proud to call my friends. Wendy Walker is an Indigenous singer and songwriter who's had an incredible 30-year career, including representing our province in the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. And thank you so much to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs for meeting with us. Welcome to Lean Yagi of Nisa Homes, a national housing organization and a safe haven for women and children fleeing domestic violence. And finally, Savita Singh and Anita Nagao from First Step Together, community-based group that works to increase the participation and integration of immigrants and refugees in Calgary and the surrounding area. It is truly an honor to have you. If you could please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Are there others?
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, this past Monday marked the first day of spring. Although this is Alberta and there's always room for one more or maybe many more snow days, you can definitely feel in the air that spring is coming and summer is not far behind. For many Albertans, myself included, the first few days of spring always bring with it a feeling of hope and optimism. And Albertans are feeling that springtime relief stronger than elsewhere, thanks to an exciting trend continuing from last month. Yesterday, the Consumer Price Index released its February 2023 data. And for the second month in a row, Alberta has led the country in fighting inflation and making life more affordable. Alberta has the lowest year-over-year inflation growth at 3.6%, while the rest of the country sits at 5.2%. Measures like the electricity rebates, the fuel tax relief, are contributing directly to reduced inflation in Alberta. Targeted supports, including $600 in affordability payments for parents, seniors, and vulnerable Albertans, are helping them pay their bills and save money for what matters most. Our lower cost of living, affordable housing, abundant jobs, higher earnings, and lower taxes continue to prove that the Alberta Advantage is alive and well. Alberta's government has focused on taking timely, effective action to reduce costs and keep life affordable for all Albertans. Mr. Speaker, there are many things that Albertans are looking forward to about spring: the return of warmer weather, hockey playoffs, or if you're like me, the start of the Canadian football season, with summer almost here on the horizon. But beyond that, I know Albertans are excited to re-elect a UCP government that they know has the strongest record on fighting inflation in the entire country. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to recognize the holy month of Ramadan, which starts tomorrow. Ramadan is the 9th month of Islamic calendar, and fasting during Ramadan is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. During Ramadan, Muslims around the world observe a month-long period of fasting from dawn until sunset, abstain from eating or drinking anything, and focus on strengthening their relationship with the Creator and its creation. Family and faith-based gatherings are a huge part of Ramadan. It brings people, communities, and Muslim Ummah together as one. Ramadan is an opportunity to embrace self-restraint and self-reflection. It encourages those with the means to connect with the less fortunate among us, to reach out to neighbors, to the sick and elderly, and to those who are struggling to make ends meet. Ramadan is also an opportunity for all Albertans to learn more about Muslim Albertans, their faith, history, cultures, traditions, and their contribution to this province. In recent years, we have also seen a rise in Islamophobia and hatred, and we also saw attacks on hijab-wearing Muslim women and increased racism and prejudice against racialized people and people of Asian origin. I urge all to take this opportunity to reach out to your neighbor, attend an iftar event, and learn about each other and come together to create a society that understands, respects, and values diversity. There is no place for racism, Islamophobia, and discrimination in our province, and we must stand together against it. With that, I wish all Albertans observing Ramadan a blessed Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak.
The honourable member for Calgary Hayes has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to talk about the big NDP successes when they were in government. Well, that covers that. In the time remaining, let's talk about the other things that they did. Like protesting against pipelines with their Extinction Rebellion besties, leading to the cancellation of Northern Gateway and Energy East pipelines, followed by $4.5 billion crude by rail scandal. Over $10 billion in extra cost occurs passed on to electricity consumers, including hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate welfare. Such a reckless mishandling of the market. The blatant attack on Alberta farmers, private and home schools, and the attack on virtually anybody that disagreed with their agenda. And did I forget to mention the carbon tax? Well, they sure did, at least till after they were elected. 183,000 jobs across Alberta lost, and the NDP leadership referred to Albertans as embarrassing cousins, as sewer rats, and told Albertans to move away if they wanted a job. But then it got better. The 2019 election campaign, the largest amount of unfunded election promises in Canadian history in the hopes of manipulating Alberta votes. Most people expected the former premier to hang her head in shame and take over the federal NDP leadership after that failed attempt, but it seems that Justin Trudeau warned her of a vote split, making way for a Conservative victory, so she chose to stay in Alberta and maintain a 4-year fear and smear campaign in hoping of getting control of the province once again. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the NDP planned to rack up debt, to shut off our resource-based economies, and to shutter small businesses. Jobs would be lost, again. Families would be destroyed, again. A future in Alberta would be non-existent, again. Mr. Speaker, Alberta can definitely not afford the NDP again.
Order. The honourable member for Livingston-Macleod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been my privilege to rise in this chamber many times to brag about the special corner of Alberta that I'm fortunate to call home. In my little corner of southwest Alberta, we have an abundance of beautiful vistas, many of which have captured the eye of Hollywood and have played an important supporting role in film and TV. In fact, we were recently home to Zombies and Ghostbusters. We're also fortunate to have not one, but 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Livingston-Macleod. Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump and the world's first international peace park, formed in 1932 between Waterton Lakes and Glacier National Park in Alberta and Montana. This is the place I want to invite you to go with me today. At the narrow waist of the Rocky Mountains where Alberta, British Columbia, and Montana meet, sprawls one of the wildest, most diverse, and intact ecosystems in the temperate zones of the world. This area is known as Crown of the Continent. The Crown of the Continent refers to Waterton Glacier International Peace Park and the surrounding communities in Alberta, British Columbia, and Montana. These regions have been working hard together to develop a very special transboundary and international visitor experience, and now their hard work is being recognized internationally. As I mentioned, Waterton Glacier International Peace Park was established in 1932. In addition to being an international peace park, Waterton Glacier also shares the designation as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and most recently was named the world's first transboundary international dark sky park. Today, I want to recognize the hard work done by Bev Thornton and the Alberta Southwest Regional Economic Alliance in promoting this area of Alberta. Their hard work has resulted in international recognition and the area as a top global destination and as an alternative to traditional destinations like Banff and Lake Louise. This month, Alberta Southwest was awarded second place in the business and marketing category of Green Destinations Top 100 Sustainable Stories for 2022. This summer, I invite you and all members to come and pack your bags and come visit one of the most amazing places in the world, right here in our own back park.
The honourable member for Edmonton Edmonton Manning, the Deputy Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as a critic for rural economic development, agriculture and forestry, I've been privileged to meet with Albertans from across this great province. During those conversations, two things are abundantly clear. Albertans are resilient, they're innovative, they're hardworking, and they're honest people. And they feel abandoned by this UCP government. This government has had 4 years, devastating their health care, forcing communities like Olds to wait with over a quarter of the population on a wait list to see a family doctor, increase the tax burden of rural Albertans by failing to recoup taxes owned by profitable corporations to municipalities with a combination of slow action and ideas that everyone knew was going to fail. Landowners are paying the price for the inaction of this UCP, whether it be infrastructure spending with bridges and roads, water access to support our livestock industry, and ignoring the fundamental principle of surface rights. And then they gave the ultimate insult to rural Albertans by trying to use their tax dollars to pay off the bad actors that refuse to clean up their abandoned wells that they are legally obligated to clean. After 4 years, it is clear that this UCP government doesn't have a plan to support rural Albertans and their communities. But the Leader of the Opposition and the Alberta NDP do. We are grateful for rural Albertans and all the people that have crafted our rural economies. As a government, we will make sure that rural Albertans have access to quality health care when they need it, close to home. And they know that economic diversification will not be considered a luxury under the Alberta NDP. An Alberta NDP government will not leave rural Alberta behind like the UCP has, because we will stand up for them with them.
The honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and advocate for Alberta's geothermal opportunity, which is led by a Calgary-based company that represents the spirit of Alberta's entrepreneurialism, Ever Technologies. Their geothermal technology, the Everloop, represents the world's first and only viable form of base-load, firm, scalable power, encompassing power generation, district heating and cooling systems, and enabling local energy autonomy at scale everywhere. Everloop was established through drilling techniques perfected by Alberta's oil and gas sector and patented by former conventional energy sector workers who now work forever. Mr. Speaker, the potential of Everloop has been recognized internationally as a mechanism to support energy security and decarbonization goals abroad. The Alberta-based startup was the only North American company to attain funds from the European Union Innovation Fund amongst international energy supermajors, culminating in a $120 million grant to support the commercialization of their first project in Geretsried, Germany, the largest geothermal-specific grant allocation ever provided globally. A recognition ceremony of this monumental achievement will occur in Geretsried on August the 24th. Attendees will include the likes of Chancellor Olaf Scholz and other senior dignitaries from the German government and the European Union. I would urge all members of the Assembly to save the date in their calendar and consider attending. Unequivocally, synergies and opportunities for partnership exist between Alberta's oil and gas geothermal sectors. Our province has all of the prerequisite requirements from a labour and capital perspective to become the global epicenter for geothermal technology exports, mirroring what China has achieved with solar infrastructure. This opportunity should be fully leveraged to promote job creation and economic prosperity for Albertans.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, this will be my final statement in this Assembly, and I have spent my life in service to people in family, churches, local communities, and lastly, in our great province. The last 8 years have been a supreme privilege for which I am deeply grateful. We have achieved so much as a government, and it has been a sacred trust to represent the constituency of Lacombe-Panoka. I have learned so much about the perspectives and contributions of other people, about how hard it is to change things for the better, about democracy, its strengths and weaknesses, that it is still the best system of human governance. The most encouraging, hopeful thing that I have seen is the voluntary, spontaneous, generous hard work of so many Albertans. In every community, there are ordinary, heroic community people who see a need or an opportunity, who rally others together, and they create, by the sheer energy of their passion, innovative and beautiful solutions that enrich us all. This is so hopeful, so inspiring, so reassuring for the future. The last few years have been difficult for everyone. The crash of energy prices to zero and broad economic pain, COVID-19 challenges not seen since the 1919 Spanish flu, and now the fears and threats of inflation. But worse than all of these is the increasing polarization of society. Social media algorithms reconfirm prejudices and biases. People are grouping into echo chambers where they no longer listen to others or respect one another. Albertans, we can and we must do better. It is time to consider others with humility. It is time to put away our grievances and animosities. Albertans, we have the greatest wealth in the world, the wealth of the land, of peace, not war, of an unimaginable opportunity, of fascinating technological revolution, of a greening society. With so much to be grateful for, I end one season to begin another, being grateful for everything, entitled to nothing. God bless Alberta.
Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, Sheila Etier is an author, a global woman of vision, and a registered nurse. Her spouse, Brian, was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer on January 26th. The doctors told Brian he should see an oncologist before the end of February. This didn't happen. Now the cancer has spread and Brian is under palliative care. He still has not seen that oncologist. Now the Premier has said that the crisis in healthcare is over, but it's not for Brian and for Sheila. So my question simply is what does she have to say to them today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for raising this issue, and my heart goes out to Sheila and to your family. This is a challenging time for our healthcare system, and in fact, all healthcare systems across the country. We know that we need more staff. We know that we need more people to provide the services to Albertans, and we were working towards that to expand capacity, to hire more people. Mr. Speaker, as part of Budget 2023, we are increasing our capacity. But again, I know this is a challenging time, so my heart goes out to anyone impacted.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I quote Sheila, Brian is in pain. All he wants is to receive the treatment that may save his life. Mr. Speaker, Sheila and Brian were told by several staff at the Cross that the wait time for new patients used to be 4 weeks, but now it is 10. Sheila wrote to the UCP government looking for answers as to why that is, and she received no reply. So I'll ask Sheila's question today. Why have wait times at the Cross gone up over 100%, and why, 8 weeks after Brian's diagnosis, has he still not seen an oncologist?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, as already mentioned, we know that there is increased complexity for Alberta patients. We need more healthcare professionals, specialists, to be able to provide the services, and that is a challenge not only here but around the country. Mr. Speaker, we are investing to be able to ensure that we have the staff to provide the services. I was very pleased to announce with my colleague about increasing the number of doctors through U of C and U of A programs. And also, we are bringing in more doctors from overseas so we can actually provide the services to Albertans when they need it.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing from Albertans who are reporting wait times on referrals to the Cross of 3, 4, and even 5 months. Now, on March 1st of this year, our opposition raised the issue of the delay being experienced specifically by Brian. The Premier called it fear-mongering, and she refused to answer the question. 3 weeks later, Brian's cancer has spread. So, will the Premier or her minister drop the rhetoric and tell this House what is being done specifically today to deal with these terrifying wait times for cancer care? The specific answer, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as indicated, challenges in regards to having specialists and given the increasing complexity of the cases and the number of cases. Mr. Speaker, there are currently 16 positions under active recruitment for oncologists. AHS is aggressively pursuing both Canadian and international trained physicians. They're closely reviewing the local workforce to be able to provide extra care. We are getting more surgeries done. Surgeries have increased by 110% over what they were pre-pandemic. But we know we need to continue to add capacity to our system, and through Budget 2023, we're doing that.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 10:30 this morning, I sent 3 questions to the Health Minister in hopes we can set political spin aside and put some factual answers on the record for Albertans. In a previous question period, the Minister confirmed anesthesiologists are being redeployed from AHS hospitals to work in private for-profit chartered surgical facilities. So to the Minister, will any surgeries scheduled to be performed in the AHS hospitals be cancelled or delayed due to anesthesiologists being redeployed to these private clinics?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for providing the questions in beforehand. I only have 30 seconds, so I'll be providing a more fulsome answer after QP for the member and the Alberta public. I just want to start that the premise for the questions are incorrect. CSFs are part of our publicly funded healthcare system, no different than attending a family physician or than when previous government use CSFs. Surgeries have been and will continue to be scheduled so that the most urgent and those waiting the longest get done first. These will be done at the most appropriate venue, either at hospital or CSF. It's all one publicly funded system, and we're going to make sure that
the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's not a complex answer to say yes or no. Despite the Minister and Premier's claims that there's one big happy healthcare system, we actually have 2 systems at work here. Public healthcare funded by taxpayers with the sole goal dedicated to keeping Albertans healthy. And a private system also funded by taxpayers with a competing goal of generating a profit for corporate shareholders. So my second question is this. What contractual guarantees were provided to private surgical facilities for AHS to supply anesthesiologists for operations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be clear, these contracts, which are posted publicly online on the AHS website, is for the CSFs to provide procedures for Alberta Health Services. This is done to increase capacity in our system. It works no differently than a hospital. CSFs provide space, equipment, and care team. AHS then assigns the surgeons and the anesthesiologists. So AHS schedules these anesthesiologists to support the highest priority cases and are always available for emergency and urgent surgeries, in addition to those schedules on the slate in AHS or CSF facilities. This is part of our public system, and we're doing it.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, public health care provides care to all Albertans, regardless of how much money they have in their bank account, regardless of how many other health complexities they may have. For-profit clinics prefer to take on the simplest procedures for patients with the least amount of complicating factors. That allows them to bill taxpayers for the largest volume, leaving hospitals with only the most complex and challenging surgeries. So to the Minister, are private clinics being given the least complicated patients and procedures, either by their own self-selection or by deliberate assignment by AHS?
Well, the Minister of Health.
I want to be succinct. The short answer is no. AHS does the scheduling. AHS, and this is no different than our current public hospitals, Mr. Speaker, where the patient is assigned based on the list that AHS have and the priorities associated by the surgeons and the anesthesiologists. Then they are assigned to what location based on that, based on the complexity associated with the cases. Mr. Speaker, we know that our system is broken. It was broken under the previous government. We know we need to fix it. We're investing to fix it so that we can actually save money and get more procedures done. That's what Albertans want.
Order, order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday night, the Premier gave herself permission to spend $9 million of taxpayers' money on pre-election campaign ads, including $3 million on the budget alone. Now, yesterday, the Premier went to war with her past self, and her past self lost. Later in the day, we received a FOIP showing the former UCP Premier, Premier Kenney, spent only $600,000 on budget advertising. Why is the current UCP Premier spending 5 times that amount to advertise just ahead of this election? Is someone over there a little nervous?
Yes. The Honourable the Minister of Finance, the President and Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of this past year, we're projecting to spend $20 million in our advertising budget this year. Mr. Speaker, there are many components to that. Certainly the affordability measures, which warrant communication with Albertans to ensure that every Albertan and every Alberta family can participate in these significant affordability measures, is warranted. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we have an Alberta is Calling campaign that is yielding great results. Mr. Speaker, once again, in the last quarters, Alberta is leading the nation in net in-migration.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, let's talk about those affordability payments, Mr. Speaker, because the one fact the Premier's not advertising is the fact that those payments all end right after the election. She left that part out. Now, the Premier once said that this kind of behavior was, and I quote, offside with what people would consider to be legitimate spending, end quote. Once again, if the Premier is willing to sell out her beliefs in just 5 months, what will she sell out if she gets 4 more years?
The Honourable the Minister of Utilities and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to report that 1.2 million Albertans are now enrolled in receiving the affordability payments that the seniors, families, and Albertans on core support programs really need. The members opposite are clearly not paying attention. Here's a list of the programs not ending in June. Our fuel tax relief, that is a permanent program. Natural gas price protection, our indexing of AISH, income support, the Alberta Seniors Benefit, the Alberta Child and Family Benefit, retroactive indexing of personal income taxes. We're also, parents will continue to benefit from affordable childcare and our affordability measures in post-secondary. What will end in June is their aspirations of government.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2012, the Premier and her Wild Rose caucus were apoplectic when the then PC Premier announced $400,000 for advertising. Back then, the Premier's executive director accused the Tories of using taxpayers' money as their own, quote, campaign piggy bank. Well, Mr. Speaker, that Premier's piggy bank is a heck of a lot fatter. She's spending 20 times that amount.
Right.
So to the Premier, isn't it 20 times more wrong now than it was then? Or do your beliefs change when it's your hand in the piggy bank?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're projecting to spend $20 million this year on substantive advertising on an Alberta is Calling campaign, which is working, and to ensure that Albertans know about all the affordability measures. But my question to the Leader of the Opposition is this. Back in 2018-19, they spent $25 million in advertising ahead of the election. What did Albertans get for that?
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning in the official opposition, Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural municipalities are owed over $268 million in back taxes by oil companies. Recently, the Minister of Energy ran away from reporters when they tried to ask the questions about the details of his plan to block oil companies from acquiring or transferring licenses on wells if their unpaid taxes exceeded a threshold amount. Municipalities deserve an answer. Simple question, Minister. How much do these companies have to dump onto residential taxpayers before the UCP starts to think it's a problem?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we understand municipalities and landowners are frustrated by overdue and unpaid property taxes owed by oil and gas companies, and we take these matters seriously, which is why on Monday I signed an order to allow the AER authority to prevent the transfer of or issuance of a well license if a company has outstanding taxes. In these cases, the AER must be satisfied that the payment of municipal taxes have either been paid or are a condition of sale. Mr. Speaker, the AER aims to develop and implement this process by April 30th. So they will find out in due course.
The Honourable Order. The member for Edmonton Manning is the one with the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly today at RMA we heard from municipal leaders who said they haven't been consulted. In fact, the solution doesn't fix the problem. These companies are allowed to drill on landowners' properties, extract production, and take away enormous profits during boom times. They use municipal roads, water, drainage, infrastructure, and then left without paying their share. For years, the UCP ignored this problem without taking action. And now, on the eve of the election, they've come up with a promise to make a plan. Why doesn't the Energy Minister have a real plan after 4 years of studying this problem? 4 years, Minister. The rural municipalities have a right.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, this morning at RMA, we received overwhelming support for the initiative that this government has taken. It should be noted that earlier this month, a little further encouragement was made by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and I, having sent out letters to every functioning company in Alberta who isn't compliant in paying their municipal taxes to request their cooperation. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and I look forward to settling these bad debts in an effort to strengthen the balance sheets of our rural municipalities. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, at RMA this morning, we clearly heard consultations not happen. So I encourage all municipal leaders to join our consultation tomorrow night at albertafutures.ca. So it's easy to see why Albertans are fed up with this UCP government. They're stuck paying higher taxes so that the profitable companies can take their own tax bills. Now we're watching this minister and his premier launch a scheme to hand over $20 billion of Alberta's tax money to companies who have polluted the landscape and refused to clean up the mess. Why is the Premier turning her back on rural Albertans by sticking them with higher taxes, less infrastructure, and rewarding the bad behavior?
Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, this just boils down to the anti-oil and gas sentiment of the opposition. I want to be clear that the vast majority of companies in Alberta are good operators and they do not fit this order. Mr. Speaker, our government strengthened the liability management framework. We empowered the AER's ability to intervene, and we're working to ensure municipalities have every opportunity to collect owed taxes. Through this order, the legislation implemented to allow for liens against assets and the letters to delinquent companies. So, Mr. Speaker, municipalities and landowners across this province can expect this government.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I frequently hear from constituents who are thankful for the affordability support they've been receiving, thankful for real action from this government. Parents tell me that thanks to affordability payments, they've been able to provide their children more nutritious meals and keep them in the activities they love. I hear from households, farms, businesses that are thankful for extra help on their electricity bills. And many of my constituents appreciate the price relief they are receiving at the pumps, including Mr. Sadlier, who's joined us from Grand Prairie in the gallery today. To the Minister of Affordability and Utilities, can you provide an update on the Affordability Action Plan and how it's supporting Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you to the member for the question. The Affordability Action Plan has provided effective and timely relief to Albertans during this period of increased inflationary pressures. The average household is receiving an estimated $900 in broad-based relief alone, and this includes our up to $500 in electricity rebates to 1.9 million homes, farms, and small businesses since July. I'm also pleased to report that 1.2 million low and middle income families, seniors, and vulnerable Albertans have now enrolled and are receiving monthly affordability payments. Albertans have expected timely, effective action on cost of living concerns, and we've delivered.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister. Given that even though our economy is strong and this government has worked hard to make life more affordable today while keeping Alberta affordable long term, the cost of living remains a top-of-mind concern for many Albertans. And given that I hear from many of my constituents who are thankful for the support this government has continued to provide, but are still concerned about inflation trends nationwide, and further given we know that provinces are limited in what they can do on their own to fight inflation. To the same Minister, what is this government doing to combat inflation effectively?
The Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. I'm pleased to share that in addition to providing cost of living relief to Albertans, our Affordability Action Plan is directly combating inflation. Newly released Consumer Price Index data indicates that Alberta's inflation rate is nearly 2 points lower than the rest of Canada for the second month in a row. For February 2023, Alberta sits at 3.6% compared to 5.2% nationally. And this difference is directly linked to our affordability measures, including our electricity rebates and fuel tax relief, measures which are saving Albertans hundreds of dollars and lowering inflation. Alberta continues to lead the way. I'm proud to be part of a government with the best...
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again through you to the Minister. Given that we inherited a fiscal train wreck from the members opposite that required tough decisions throughout this term to get the province back on track, And given that we can't address the needs of today if we have to mortgage our future by borrowing from future generations, Mr. Speaker, and further given that we want to position the province well to respond to potential future crises, to the Minister of Finance, can you tell this House how responsible fiscal management fights inflation and secures our future?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the very appropriate question. Mr. Speaker, responsible fiscal management matters. I've been on the record, and I truly believe this to be true. The best thing governments can do during times of inflation is spend less, borrow less, and tax less. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're suspending the fuel tax as a permanent feature in Alberta's economy. Mr. Speaker, that's why we reduced our debt this year by $13.4 billion, saving Albertans $560 million in debt service costs. Mr. Speaker, responsible management matters.
The order, the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Speaker, Albertans know that if you make a mess, you clean it up. That is, unless you're the Premier's friend. Then what's clear is you get paid off with Albertans' money to clean it up. That's the premise of the Premier's R-Star program that offers up to $20 billion in royalty credits for a small number of bad companies to clean up their own messes. This is a giant waste of Albertans' money, especially at a time when our healthcare system is in crisis and Albertans are struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, why is this government prioritizing their friends over Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are desperate. It's obvious. They can't find their footing, and their followers are getting frustrated with their dumpster fire campaign. And with the lack of traction, they're just trying to manufacture a crisis. There is no program, Mr. Speaker, and there's nothing in the budget. But that doesn't matter to the NDP. If they keep repeating it, then it must be true. So the people of this province, they can see through this trash, and it's exactly why they cannot be trusted. On this side of the House, we will remain focused on making life more affordable for Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, hidden agendas are hidden. That's what we're trying to speak to today. Given that the president of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Association said the Premier's $20 billion giveaway is how a fox would design a hen house. Yes. And given that Scotiabank has said the Premier's plan to could create negative public sentiment towards the oil and gas industry, and it goes against the core capitalist principle that private companies should take full responsibility for the liabilities they willingly accept. Why is this government so intent on wasting $20 billion of Albertans' money?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it should be understood by everyone that the NDP want to see an end to fossil fuel production. We know our producers are good stewards of the environment. Methane reductions, 44%. Oil sands emissions reductions, over 35%. The Pathways Alliance has a goal to be net neutral by 2050. And all of these come with billions of dollars of capital investment, Mr. Speaker, and all of these are done above and beyond mandatory closure limits. Mr. Speaker, the NDP's ideology only paves a way to poverty.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Given that the government has not yet held public consultations on this $20 billion giveaway, all they've done is hold a few closed-door meetings with a select group of people and friends. Right. And given that the Premier lobbied for this giveaway before coming Premier and hired another lobbyist into her office to orchestrate this giveaway, and given that the Minister has said there won't be any more details about this handout until after the election, why is this government hiding this $20 billion giveaway from Albertans? Are they too scared to run on it? Run on it.
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Let me provide you with a proof point here, one regarding the provincial board of the NDP. On this board sits Gil McGowan of the Alberta Federation of Labour, who is supposed to be a champion of Alberta workers. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the case. He opposed Trans Mountain, he opposed Energy East, opposed Keystone, opposed Northern Gateway, opposed the Alberta Clipper, and that's not all. In 2016, the NDP appointed him co-chair of a committee to diversify the oil and gas sector. And by diversify, we mean eliminate. One more reason the NDP cannot be trusted.
The minister's had his opportunity to answer the question. Now it's time for the official opposition House Leader to ask hers.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's first responders are heroes, and this is something we can all agree on. We remember the support that Albertans had for the heroes of the 2016 Wood Buffalo wildfire, who put themselves at great risk to protect communities and people. The very last thing these heroes need is to worry about whether they will have access to WCB coverage. They deserve the peace of mind to know that if they fall ill due to work, that they will not have to fight or wait for coverage. I have an amendment to introduce this afternoon that will provide this peace of mind. I've shared it with the minister more than a week ago. Will he rethink his opposition and support it?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member and the member's hard work, and I did have an opportunity to see the amendment. I'll just say this, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to make sure that no firefighters are left behind on WCB coverage in Fort McMurray. We're going to make sure that all firefighters, all emergency services personnel are respected properly, but also, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that WCB and the people that support it, which of course is the employers of Alberta, are treated respectfully. All of our decisions are evidence-based, Mr. Speaker, something different than they've ever done before.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given that the WCB is a partnership between workers and employers, and given that this debate should be about the firefighters and their families who are worried that Bill 9 may exclude them, given the stress and the sacrifice these firefighters put into saving communities from the beast, they deserve better than a bill that may leave some behind. Given the government doesn't need to do any work, they just need to listen to firefighters and support an amendment that's already been drafted, can the red tape minister explain why he doesn't think that every hero of Fort McMurray wildfire deserves the confidence to know that they will be covered for occupational cancers?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, WCB has a fairness review, and they make sure that these cases, as they come forward, are treated fairly. And that's exactly what we're going to make sure happens, Mr. Speaker. We've already sent a clear indication to WCB what needs to be done in this particular case, and there's more good news coming. I just wish the member would be a little bit patient. I mean, after all, Mr. Speaker, she was the minister in charge of this file when the particular person that was in that fire that died from cancer, and she was the minister that could have made the change. She didn't make the change, Mr. Speaker, because she knew it was the wrong thing to do at the time. We're doing the right thing. We'll continue to support firefighters in Alberta.
The Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given the UCP have been in government for 4 years and have done nothing, and given we have a bill in front of the House today that we can amend and make better, and given this should not be about politics, it should be about what's best for our heroic frontline responders who deserve better than a fairness review, given Ontario has shown retroactive coverage is absolutely possible, can the minister explain why he is fine with denying coverage to a single one of the firefighters who were there in 2016 fighting that wildfire? Let me assure him an Alberta NDP government will correct this failure.
Mr. Speaker, the member has said that she doesn't want to play politics. Well, she's playing politics. She had the chance, she had the ability to sign on the dotted line, and she didn't. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because it was the wrong thing to do. We are doing the right thing. There is more good news coming, Mr. Speaker. The firefighters in Alberta are going to be extremely happy.
The order. The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Bagotville has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, anaphylactic reactions are allergic reactions that can cause severe effects up to and including loss of life. Severe allergies are often to food, environment, sometimes to bees and wasps. Thousands of Albertans, including myself, live with severe allergies, and reactions can occur unexpectedly. Can the Minister of Health please share with this Assembly the importance of the Protection of Students with Life-Threatening Allergies Act that was passed earlier in this legislature?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Government of Alberta passed the Protection of Students with Life-Threatening Allergies Act. The Act requires schools to maintain epinephrine auto-injector within the school for use if a student becomes anaphylactic. This, along with the Canadian Anaphylaxis Readiness Education Training Program, provides teachers and administrators in all public, separate, charter, private, and francophone schools in Alberta with quick information and access to EpiPens when needed.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Bagotville.
Mr. Speaker, given that thousands of Albertans live with severe life-threatening allergies, with effects ranging from skin irritations, hives, severe stomach pain and upset, choking and loss of life, And given that often people do not know they have a life-threatening allergy, and as this can develop at any time, can the Minister please provide the Assembly with an overview of the measures this government has taken to help protect the lives and health of Albertans living with severe allergies and other related conditions?
Minister of Health.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member for the question. As I noted earlier, we did pass the Protection of Students with Life-Threatening Allergies Act, which requires schools to maintain an EpiPen within the school for use if a student becomes anaphylactic. We also provide education about the causes, signs, and symptoms of anaphylaxis and what steps people can take if someone is experiencing issues, including calling emergency services for help when needed.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, given that schools are not the only public spaces where someone may have their first anaphylactic reaction, and that someone having an anaphylactic reaction may not have epinephrine with them, given that BC, New Brunswick, and 35 of the 50 American states are beginning to allow for epinephrine to be stored in public spaces, can the Minister please look into whether or not it would be beneficial for Alberta to follow their lead and allow entities the freedom to store epinephrine in public spaces?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the honourable member for her advocacy on this issue. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, our government can explore what other jurisdictions have implemented through legislation and see what lessons we can be learned to improve our response. We know that epinephrine is a powerful drug, and if administered incorrectly or for an inappropriate purpose, may result in harm or even death. Proper instruction on recognizing anaphylaxis, proper use of EpiPens, and emergency steps to follow are critical and not being overlooked, but we're happy to do the research and work with the honourable member.
The honourable member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community of Redstone, Calgary needs school. It is a vibrant and growing community with young families who deserve access to top quality education in their neighbourhood. But this government has completely ignored this need. Mr. Speaker, it is disgraceful. Luckily, come May, Redstone will get its school moving if Alberta's NDP is elected as government. So to the Minister of Infrastructure, why have you ignored the needs of children and families living in Northeast Calgary?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member opposite needs to do his homework. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have provided more schools in Calgary than the NDP did. During the 4 years under the NDP, they only built 11 projects, or announced 11 projects. Mr. Speaker, we are over 18 projects, Mr. Speaker, and 5 for the CBE alone, or sorry, 6 for the CBE alone this year, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Given that I have done my homework and it takes about 3 years to build a school, which means the community of Redstone is going to have to be without school for some time, and given that government knew about the need for school in Northeast Calgary but chose to ignore it, and given that the Alberta NDP are proud to support education in this province and build school in growing communities, can the Minister of Infrastructure explain why they only approved 1 new school in Alberta's largest city this year and nothing for the growing community of Redstone?
The Honourable the Minister of Education has risen.
Well, I'm not sure how he does his homework, but he would get an F on it because, Mr. Speaker, Calgary was approved for a new elementary school in Redstone, also for a new K-9 school in Nolan Hill, a new Catholic school in Chestermere, a new high school in Rangeville, a new Bishop McNally High School. Mr. Speaker, we're continually to fund more and more schools than the NDP ever did. 106 over 4 years, the NDP 47, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. Given that the students and families who live in Northeast Calgary clearly do not matter to this government, and given that the UCP school capital plan ignores the need of Northeast Calgary, and given that the UCP have turned their back on student, staff, and families all across this province by ignoring the capital needs of school board, will the Minister of Infrastructure explain to Calgarians and all Albertans why is okay with stuffing students in ever more crowded classrooms instead of building the new school that we need?
Just fund it.
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, shame on them. Shame on them for politicizing our children. Shame on them. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've added added hundreds of millions of dollars to operating budgets in Calgary alone. Mr. Speaker, we are adding an additional 11 school projects in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, in this year alone. Mr. Speaker, shame on them.
The order. The honourable member for St. Albert.
Ce premier ministre a bâti un cabinet énorme et elle a créé 12 postes secrétaires parlementaires, mais elle a choisi d'ignorer la communauté francophone. Oui. Le recensement de 2021 nous a appris qu'il y a plus de 260 000 Albertains qui connaissent le français. Ma question pour le ministre de la Culture, pourquoi ne pas nommer un secrétaire parlementaire pour le francophone quand il sait que c'est une communauté énorme?
The Honourable the Minister of Innovation and Technology.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement est un allié avec la communauté francophone. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud speaker of French. I'm a minister in this cabinet, and I work very closely with the Premier and with his entire cabinet to represent the government to the francophone community across this province. Mr. Speaker, we care deeply about Franco-Albertans, and we care about their future, and we value their contributions to this province, and we will continue to operate in that fashion, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Le gouvernement a coupé le financement du campus Saint-Jean et plus tard combattre l'Association canadienne-française d'Alberta devant le tribunal pour défendre leur coupure. C'est un droit constitutionnel d'avoir accès au programme universitaire en français, mais le PCU ne respecte pas la Constitution, non la loi. Le ministre va-t-il excuser pour leur mauvaise décision? Oui ou non? Oui.
The Honourable the Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, there is a current court case ongoing, and we will not comment on an ongoing court case. That is completely unacceptable. But what I can tell you is that our government cares deeply about Campus Saint-Jean and the role that they play in our post-secondary institution. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of being there just last week to speak with them and to explore the topic of scientific research in Alberta, but doing so in the first language of French. Mr. Speaker, we know it's important for Franco-Albertans to be able to participate in Alberta in all aspects of society, but to do that in their language that they were born and raised in. And Mr. Speaker, we will be committed to working with them to make that sure.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Les Albertains doivent avoir accès à l'éducation en français. C'est un droit constitutionnel. Les données de recensement montrent qu'il y a un besoin croissant d'éducation en français. On sait qu'il y a pas assez d'enseignants francophones, et quand même ce gouvernement attaque le campus Saint-Jean, le ministre répond pour les questions francophones. Va-t-il expliquer aux Albertains francophones qui veulent leurs enfants soient éduqués en français pourquoi l'école francophone n'est pas une priorité pour ce gouvernement?
Yeah.
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, again, the members opposite seem to ignore the record. Under the NDP, Mr. Speaker, they only built 4 schools for the Francophone community. Mr. Speaker, we've already allocated 10, Mr. Speaker. While the members opposite don't want to hear this, they actually took apart, they got rid of the Francophone Directorate that was under my purview, under my department. Mr. Speaker, we recreated that under the French Language Service Branch. We added the Francophone Equivalency Grant, the French Language Service Branch. Mr. Speaker, we keep going and working with the Francophone community.
The honourable member for Calgary, Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As families flock to Alberta to gain a better financial future, even more children will be looking to attend one of the many schools and options that our province offers. So I've got a brief question for the Minister of Education. What is our government doing to ensure that every family has a place to send their child to school while also ensuring that school authorities are properly equipped to receive the increase in students?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 adds almost $2 billion increase over 3 years to education operating, with $820 million specifically going to support enrollment growth. This funding will support school authorities to hire more additional staff, including teachers and classroom supports. And on top of this significant investment, the Supplemental Enrollment Grant will also continue next year, which provides additional funding for school authorities facing enrollment growth above a certain threshold. So this grant provides more than $21 million in additional funding to school authorities, and it will continue next year.
The honourable member for Calgary Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for the answer. Given that many new students are coming to our province and will find a seat in an Alberta classroom, We know that classrooms may become increasingly complex. Also, given that many students in Alberta have diverse cognitive, social, and emotional needs, some may have learning disabilities or behavioral challenges, and others may need extra support learning English as an additional language. To the same minister, what is the government doing to ensure all students are set up for success?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to let you know that we are providing $126 million over 3 years to address class size complexity. Enable school authorities to hire more educational assistants or increase their hours, provide more training opportunities for staff, and/or hire specialists such as counselors, psychologists, and interpreters. Students with learning disabilities or behavioral challenges, or those who need extra support in English as an additional language, will benefit from this funding. Mr. Speaker, this is part of $1.5 billion in Budget 2023 that will go to support our most vulnerable students, Mr. Speaker.
The order, the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta is a province that offers choice in education and supports parent choice, and given that choice includes publicly funded Catholic education, alternative programs, charter, and independent schools, can the same minister please tell this House how choice in education has been supported under Budget 2023, and how does this contrast with how it was treated under the previous government?
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard many of the members opposite repeatedly share inaccuracies about education funding. In Budget 2023, our government is making historic investments in education. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite want to eliminate choice. They do not support public charter schools, independent schools, or home education. Mr. Speaker, I was president of the ACSTA under the NDP government, and let me assure this House, the greatest threat to publicly funded, authentically Catholic education under the NDP was the NDP. On this side of the House, we stand for families and students and for choice in education.
The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
See you in Red Deer.
The UCP government has a very sad record when it comes to standing up for Alberta seniors. One of their first moves was cutting the seniors' benefit, imposing new fees on home care and throwing 60,000 Albertans off the seniors' drug plan. And let's not forget the plans the Premier has to get her hands on their pensions. Now the UCP is hiking accommodation rates for seniors living in continuing care. Can the Minister explain why he feels that seniors need to bear these extra costs?
The Honourable the Minister of Indigenous Relations is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so proud of our government, Mr. Speaker. Just today we're taking action to support more households with affordability housing and for stronger foundations and working with seniors, Mr. Speaker. Our Affordable Housing Partnership Program is providing nearly $66 million to support 11 projects across the province. The funding will support hundreds of families, individuals, children, volunteers, veterans, and seniors, those recovering from addictions. It's a great program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that raising these fees is just the latest in punishing policies imposed by the UCP onto seniors who worked to build Alberta, and given that seniors are already concerned because of the decision of the UCP to eliminate the seniors advocate, whose role it was to fight for seniors, and given that once upon a time the Premier herself supported having a seniors advocate that she insisted had to be independent, why did the Premier abandon her support for an independent seniors advocate?
Good question.
Well, the Minister of Indigenous Relations. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. As the Honourable Member knows, and we've spoken many times in this House, we focused on, given much of the work that the Seniors Advocate was doing was health-related, we combined that office with the Health Advocate and the Alberta Mental Health Advocacy.
Still there.
And we also brought staff over from that office. That staff today continues to provide services to seniors to be able to refer them to the program. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work our government is doing supporting seniors, particularly in terms of the $1 billion we're spending to transform our continuing care sector. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to support seniors.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that this UCP government has deferred this hike of the accommodation charges to right after the election, and given this is just another example of the UCP springing a pile of new costs and fees onto Albertans right after the polls are closed, why won't the Minister tell seniors the whole story about how expensive a UCP government is and will be for them? before they cast their vote.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that's actually looking after seniors. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member already knows, that fees go up with the Consumer Price Index. But, Mr. Speaker, we recognize how difficult it would be for seniors if the fees went up. So, Mr. Speaker, we actually subsidized those fees this year. The
Honourable member had her opportunity to ask the question. The honourable minister can answer it.
We subsidized those fees so that it only went up a small portion, and we continue to bear those costs associated with it. And, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my cabinet colleagues to continue to support seniors and make sure the cost of living doesn't go up as high and they can afford it.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decore.
Edmonton Decore is home to all 3 high schools in all of North Edmonton. Queen Elizabeth High School opened in 1958. Archbishop O'Leary opened up in 1960, and Emmy Lazert opened up in 1969. All of them are full. Queen Elizabeth and O'Leary are in fact over capacity. But to the surprise of no one, the UCP failed to invest even a single dollar in upgrading or replacing these schools. Can the infrastructure minister explain if he has an issue with North Edmonton, and if not, why is he ignoring the needs of the students there?
Good question. The honourable minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I have to correct the members opposite. The public school division this year alone received their top 5 asks for schools. We worked really hard with Edmonton Public School Division because in the previous years, they weren't actually prioritizing schools that needed to be built in high-growth areas, Mr. Speaker, and the other ones that they had prioritized were actually good schools that did not health and safety issues, that were not in high-priority areas.
The order. The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Edmonton, order. The honourable member for Edmonton Decore is the only one with the call.
It's not what I heard from those boards. Given that the board chair of Edmonton Public says it will be out of high school space by 2027, but given that the attitude of this minister is that students of North Edmonton should just get used to their overcrowded classrooms, since this government is in no rush to build schools that they need, and given that while the minister talks about process of building schools, he's cheerleading the Premier's plan to hand over $20 billion to bad companies that refuse to clean up their own messes, can the infrastructure minister explain why he feels these companies who don't follow their legal obligation are more deserving than Alberta students?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, from 2015 to 2019, under the NDP watch, Edmonton only received 8 new projects. Under our watch, we've already allocated 16 new projects, Mr. Speaker. I have to wonder if Edmonton Public Schools...
Order. The minister is the one with the call.
I have to wonder if the Edmonton Public School Division isn't playing politics as well, because their vice chair is running for the NDP, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The member.
244 new and modernized schools. I know, at least I was there. Given we will be out of...
No preamble. This is the point why there's no preamble rules, so that you don't do exactly what you just did. The honourable member can continue directly to his question.
Given that we will be out of high school space in 2027, and given that rather than solving that, the minister and government play the blame game to cover their failure to properly support students in my constituency and all of North Edmonton, and given that the Premier has tens of thousands of dollars to sole source contracts for a campaign manager and nearly $10 million to spend to promote her government right before an election, can the infrastructure minister explain why there's money for the Premier's friends while North Edmonton students are ignored?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, again, the members opposite need to go and do their homework. Edmonton Public School Division overall increase to their overall budget, of which it is $1.1 billion. They're going to see almost $66 million additional dollars just to their operating budget. Mr. Speaker, they have over $28 million in their operating reserves and over $41 million in their capital reserves, Mr. Speaker. We are making sure that all school divisions across this province are well-resourced, well-funded, and ready for students.
The honourable member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we are emerging from a global pandemic, Albertans are struggling to find the support they need. The mental health of Albertans is essential to proper growth and development, and it is crucial in building and maintaining healthy communities. If passed, Budget 2023 will invest a record-breaking $275 million for mental health and addiction support. Can the Minister for Mental Health and Addiction explain what this funding will do for Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. I just want to reiterate that if passed, Budget 2023 would provide a record-breaking investment of $270 million in funding for the Mental Health and Addiction Ministry. This is an increase of over 200% from when the NDP were in power. Wow. This funding will support key priorities like continuing to build recovery-oriented systems of care across Alberta that will ensure every Albertan has the opportunity to be supported in their pursuit of recovery from addiction and mental health challenges, no matter where they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that youth in our province have been hit hard these past few years in relation to pandemic restrictions and unconventional learning techniques, and given that assisting our youth is one of the top priorities for this government that has planned for 2023, can the same Minister explain what new assistance is available to support youth and children with their mental health, and how can we better promote early intervention?
The Honourable the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As stated by the Honourable Member, again, Alberta's youth is one of the top priorities for this government, and that includes their mental health. Through Budget 2023, the province has provided $2.4 million to Kids Help Phone for children and youth to access professional counselling and crisis services. Our government is also investing $10.8 million over 3 years to continue expanding youth mental health hubs across Alberta to help improve youth mental wellness. And in addition, we are partnering with CASA, a recent announcement that I made of $92 million.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that recovery is possible and everyone should be supported throughout their personal mental health and addiction journey, and given that our government is working towards modernizing Alberta's primary health care system, and further given that this government is planning to transform how addiction and mental health services are treated, can the same Minister please explain what Albertans can expect with a more modernized primary health care system and with an Alberta model of care?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question to the member. I am working closely, of course, with the Minister of Health to ensure that we modernize Alberta's primary care system. We are supporting recovery and mental health and addiction challenges. Noted was the Alberta model, a model that's getting attention from across the world. People are calling us, asking us how we're experiencing the successes that we are through the recovery-oriented system of care that we have been building out throughout the province. We have taken historic steps, such as removing user fees, making counselling services available, affordable, and accessible across the province. VODP is an award-winning program, treatment on demand.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with the remainder of the daily routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
Jordan.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Bill 209, the Animal Protection Prevention of Animal Neglect Amendment Act 2023, sponsored by yours truly, myself.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to give oral notice of Bill 208, the Municipal Government Tourism Community Designation Amendment Act 2023, sponsored by myself.
Hear, hear. Others.
Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the requisite number of copies of a number of letters from my constituents who are speaking out for the protection of the Athabasca watershed, calling on this government to work with Indigenous communities in the area. And all of these letters were sent before the news of the Curl tailings leak, so they're more timely than ever, and we'd be wise to heed their warning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others?
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, there was no points of order today, and that brings us to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government motions. Government motion number 25. Honourable Mr. Scow.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 25 on the order paper, and it reads, be it resolved that pursuant to Standing Order 39, the 2023 spring sitting of the Assembly shall stand adjourned upon the Government House Leader advising the Assembly that the business for the sitting is concluded.
Honourable members, the Honourable the Government House Leader has moved Government Motion 25 pursuant to Standing Order 39. This is not a debatable motion. All those in favour of the motion for Government Motion 25, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Committee of the Whole.
I'd like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 11, the Appropriation Act 2023. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? I see the Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 11 requests a total of $57.4 billion from the General Revenue Fund, consistent with Budget 23, consistent, Mr. Chair, with the budget I presented in this House on February 28th. This will add a total of $180 million for the Legislative Assembly and $57.2 billion for the government to meet funding commitments as laid out in the 23-24 offices of the Legislative Assembly estimates and the 23-24 government estimates. The government's funding will provide for $50 billion in expense, $3.9 billion for capital investment, $1.5 billion for financial transactions, and $1.5 billion for contingencies. And, Mr. Chair, I ask all my colleagues in the Assembly to support this bill, and I request to adjourn debate. Thank you.
Honourable members, having heard the motion from the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, all those agreed, please say aye. All those opposed? And carried. Honourable members, we have under consideration Bill 12, the Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2023. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments that would like to be offered? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 12 will provide authority for government to pay from the General Revenue Fund for additional costs that are not already covered or otherwise provided for during the current fiscal year. And again, I ask all of my colleagues in this Legislative Assembly to support this bill, and I move to adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion from the Minister of Finance to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Honourable members, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 9, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2023. Are there any members wishing to add comments, questions, or amendments to the respective bill? I see, hiding back there, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise and speak in Committee of the Whole to Bill 9, Red Tape Reduction Act. I've actually lost track, Mr. Chair, of how many Red Tape Reduction Acts we've had, so I was going to say number 5, number 7, number 8, number 12. The odd thing I will just mention, because hopefully this is the last time I'm speaking to an omnibus piece of legislation called red tape reduction, but it's become sort of a generic term for the UCP government to try to jam in things that would, in some circumstances, be considered miscellaneous statutes amendments, and then in some cases to do things for performative reasons, and then sometimes to do legitimate. I believe there is some legitimacy, but it's often like crammed in with other pieces that are completely irrelevant or problematic. I think some of these pieces could be worthy of their own pieces of legislation and conversation, but they try to put it all together into these omnibus pieces of legislation so that Albertans can't really know what's happening. So, there's this piece of legislation, this omnibus piece of legislation, it does change, I think, up to 15, if I'm correct, 15 pieces of legislation. Some of them that seem, pretty innocuous. Now, if I have some time, I'll go back to those ones. But I do want to talk a little bit about some of the changes that are, I think, worthy of a little bit of debate and discussion. And here in Committee of the Whole is an opportune time to do that kind of discussion, Mr. Chair. So, I want to begin with some of the changes that are very small in this bill, but that are made to the Income and Employment Supports Act. So, this is as I said, a very small change in the actual bill, but it does make a change that I think is worthy of discussion. So it says, for example, so it's Section 5 of the bill, and it amends the Income and Employment Supports Act to add a provision. And the provision is essentially, and I'll read it into the record, Mr. Chair, it says, Section 15.1, Consequences of Outstanding Warrant. The Director must, subject to the regulations, refuse to provide income support and benefits to an applicant or recipient under Part 2, Division 1, when notified that A, a warrant for the arrest of the applicant or recipient has been issued in respect of a prescribed offence, and B, the warrant has not been executed. So what this does is essentially say that, an individual can be refused. In fact, it says must be refused by the Director income support benefits if that individual has an outstanding warrant issued against them. So, I think in principle we can somewhat understand this kind of a change and the idea of, one of the ways that we compel people and we have warrants or, essentially basically meaning an individual can be brought before the court, if found, to appear before the court, and a court for various reasons. Let me just add that. I'll get back to that point. But, why should an individual who has an outstanding warrant be eligible for financial support? So I can understand that there is some, fundamental thinking about that. If somebody's got an outstanding warrant, maybe they shouldn't be entitled to government supports. However, there's a little bit more, I think, nuance and detail to that I think we need to better understand. Because, for one thing, this is, as it stands right now, it does say that it's a warrant that is issued for a prescribed offence, and later on in Bill 9 it sets out that there will be the ability to prescribe offences for the purposes of this act. But until that's decided in terms of which offences are considered prescribed offences, we have to be clear that bench warrants are issued all the time for individuals simply for non-appearance in court. So a bench warrant is essentially, it's ordered where somebody fails to appear in court. And it means you've missed a scheduled trial date, you've missed an appearance, and the judge issues a bench warrant. Now, sometimes those are not for significant offenses. Sometimes they're minor offenses, and that individual may not even know that they've missed an offense, or missed an appearance. So they may have a bench warrant issued against them, and they may not be aware of it. And so I think it's important that we are not further penalizing and isolating and ostracizing folks who may we know the complexities of the court system are hard for many people to navigate, especially if there's language barriers, especially if there's educational barriers, to really understand. And I would hate to see that there are people who genuinely, with no ill intent, may have a bench warrant that's been issued against them, and yet now they're being cut off from very critical income supports, which really just furthers perpetuates that disadvantage that they're experiencing and can further isolate them and create more strain at a time when we know, I mean, I think this would be the case no matter when we're talking about this, but we know that many Albertans are struggling with cost of living right now. We know many Albertans are struggling with finding appropriate housing, with being able to pay their cell phone bills, with being able to, afford transit, and all of those pieces. I don't think it's appropriate to be, basically piling on more disadvantage and isolation onto folks who may not be aware. Now, again, there are circumstances where I think we would all agree that there are individuals there is a warrant issued that they should not be eligible for government supports. And I see that in other jurisdictions, in other provinces, they've been more specific about what kinds of offenses, serious offenses, right? If there is somebody who has a warrant issued because of a serious criminal offense, I think there can be some consensus here that we don't believe that person should then be getting income support. So I guess my concern around Bill 9 is that we don't yet know what offenses will be captured by this, and we want to be sure that we are addressing the problem in a very targeted way to make sure that those individuals who have warrants issued on serious criminal offenses, those are the ones who will not be eligible for income supports. So that's just one piece that I wanted to mention about that. The other piece is I'm also conscious that we do not want to be in any way penalizing family members who may be innocent of any wrongdoing whatsoever. When perhaps the individual who has a warrant issued against them is perhaps the only is bringing in is financially supporting the household. This can be very detrimental for children, for spouses of somebody, for partners of an individual. And again, if we're going to do this kind of action, I believe it should be very specific and targeted. So we are not punishing and further pushing into poverty those individuals who are at no fault whatsoever, but may have the unfortunate reality of living with somebody who has a warrant issued out for them. So I'm wondering what measures are being taken, especially because the proposed amendment to the Act in this bill is prescriptive. It doesn't say that the director has discretion. It says that the director must, subject to the regulations, refuse to provide income support. So what abilities are there for the director to take into consideration that there may be individuals who are dependent, children, family members who are dependent on that person, and who is really being hurt by that decision to prevent that person from applying for income supports. So, I think there's some other questions that we kind of need to ask about looking at what other jurisdictions have done and what has been effective and what has not been effective. Have there been conversations done with those who work on the ground with those who receive income supports? There's so many organizations, both in Edmonton and Calgary and across the province, who work very closely with those who rely on income supports. And I think those conversations are important, as well as to note, is this an effective way? Is it an effective way of ensuring that, does that compel individuals to then, appear for warrants and basically be, stand up and be subject to whatever the trial proceeding or court proceeding is? Does that work, I guess, is what I'm asking. And perhaps that has been done, that analysis has been done, and I look forward to hearing from a UCP minister, either the minister who tabled this bill or the ones responsible for the Income Supports Act, to address that question of how effective this is as a mechanism. I want to also talk a little bit about the changes that have been made in the Act to the Petty Trespass Act. This is an example, Mr. Chair, I believe, an amendment that is performative at best, and wildly likely to be incredibly ineffective. At worst, Mr. Chair, it could actually create greater tension and, put in some federal workers in very difficult situations as a result of the rhetoric around this change, more so than the change itself. So, the Bill 9 under the Petty Trespass Act, it basically amends the Petty Trespass Act to include the statement that this act binds the Government of Canada. That's what it does. It says that the Government of Canada is bound by the Petty Trespass Act, which has always been the case, is always will be the case, is completely unnecessary for this to be even included in the bill because, it's pretty much, it's completely unnecessary, Mr. Chair. Of course, we know that the reason behind, and we saw some very awkward, I have to say, press conferences with the Minister of, I've lost all the names, Service Alberta and Red Tape Production, a really embarrassing performance at a press conference. When asked really what does this change, and the response was it really doesn't change much of anything, it's clarifying the situation. What this is, it's not even anything that has to do with Alberta, Mr. Chair, which is, sometimes I wonder if the members on the other side are, they're angling for federal politics or they want to be Saskatchewan MLAs. I'm not sure what's going on, but half the time they're not even talking about things that have to do with Alberta. But this is a perfect example. This was really one case in Saskatchewan that I don't even remember the details of, other than it didn't really turn out to be much of anything. But everybody in Saskatchewan, all the Conservatives in Saskatchewan, got their hands up in a roar of, federal employees trespassing on private property. And now I understand that not one single UCP minister has been able to point to a single instance of this being a concern in Alberta. And when asked, they could not come up with an example. And so they were, they're creating I don't know, this is a made-up problem, and this is a made-up response and a made-up answer to it. So, fine, they want to play games, they can do that on their own time. It's really annoying to do it on Albertans' times and frankly on our time. I've got so many other things to be doing, but here I am talking to this. But this is just an example, Mr. Chair, of how this government is consistently performing, but not actually delivering. Right? Because they've done that on so many instances when it comes to the federal government. They're very good at throwing tantrums and writing strongly worded letters, and now in this case, passing a completely redundant amendment. But what have they delivered for Albertans on that front? And we've had 4 years, Mr. Chair, of watching the silly tantrums and antics of this government that have failed to deliver. I think fondly to the, why I ran. I think we're all doing a little bit of self-reflection, right? We're at the end of a 4-year term, and we're looking at re-election for some of us. Some of us are choosing to retire, and doing a little bit of a reflection. I go back to, one of the reasons why I ran in 2019. I had multiple reasons, but one of them was, watching as an outsider, not politically active at all from 2015 to 2019, and watching the Premier at that time deliver on something that I knew would make a big difference for Albertans, and having to do it by having conversations, negotiating, pressuring, but that was forcing, essentially, or convincing the federal government to buy TMX. That was something that was pretty critical for our economy, and that was something that the former Premier was able to do, actually deliver something from the federal government for Albertans. But if the UCP wants to continue to do their performative antics, that's fine. I mean, I guess this is the nonsense that we've dealt with for 4 years, and I guess I have the patience to go through it for another couple days. But really, it's not delivering anything. It's a waste of time. But if they get to pat themselves on their back and say, "Hey, we passed a piece of legislative change that will do absolutely nothing," good on them, I suppose, Mr. Chair. But what I do want to point out is that hyping up that rhetoric, that there is actually some wrong that they're trying to address here, is actually going to put at risk Albertans who do work for the federal government, Albertans who, because there are many of them, there are thousands in this province who work for the federal government, who are Albertans, who do things like census, who do things like, they implement surveillance or other kind of work pursuant to federal legislation, legitimate federal legislation, and they perform that work because that is their responsibility to meet those standards. And this kind of rhetoric is going to be dangerous, I believe, for some of them. And I don't think that this government cares too much about that. They just care about, looking like they're doing something, even though they're not actually doing something. So I had to put some comments on. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, there were other pieces of legislation that are amended by this act. Most of them are innocuous, but I know that my colleague, the member from Edmonton Millwoods, has a lot to say, and I share her concerns around the changes to WCB and making sure that all firefighters are provided the supports and the coverage that they deserve. And I should think that would be something that all members of this House can get on board with. And I look forward to hearing a more fulsome discussion about that and to supporting any amendment that would ensure that every brave firefighter who fought in Fort McMurray on behalf of all Albertans, they deserve to be recognized and have their health conditions recognized and covered. And it's quite literally, Mr. Chair, the smallest thing we can do compared to what they gave to all of us. And I look forward to having that discussion further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any others wishing to speak to the bill? Oh, I see the Honourable Member for St. Albert has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 9, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2023 in committee. I want to continue with some of the comments that I shared with this House yesterday when we were in second reading. But again, just to add to my colleagues' excellent comments about just being exhausted by these omnibus bills that really just they inflict a lot of damage in a lot of ways, in that they hide some things, some changes that this government is making in this great big piece of legislation that does do a few things that is probably good to do, things to fix, things to alter. But what they also do are put in some other things that are sometimes performative and sometimes have the ability to create or cause harm. And so one of the areas that my colleague talked about were the changes to income support. Now, certainly, I would agree that there are some, there's some warrants for some crimes. There are absolutely some people I don't think that should be eligible for government support, but I don't think that we should leave this government with all of the power to come up with this list behind closed doors, because they've demonstrated to us over and over again that they don't seem to have the best interests of Albertans in mind when they're making decisions. They seem to have their own political futures front of mind as opposed to the best interest of Albertans. And so we've seen repeatedly over the last 4 years that this government makes decisions that are questionable at best. So let's say the government proceeds, and they likely will, because obviously they have a majority. They have the ability to change whatever they like for now, for a few more weeks. But there are some issues that I don't believe that they thought of, because they've demonstrated to us that they make these decisions like that without a lot of thought, without a lot of consultation, and certainly without a lot of data and research. And so, taking you back, in 2019, this government set us on a course to make poverty worse. That's just a fact, Mr. Chair. Yeah. They de-index benefits, all kinds of benefits, not just benefits for severely handicapped individuals who rely on AISH, but also people who rely on income support, and also the seniors benefit. They also won't even get into the income taxes that all of us, more income taxes that all of us had to pay because of their sneaky work. But this is what they did. So they started us on a path to make poverty worse. Not just that, they chose not to aggressively invest in affordable housing. They chose not to aggressively invest in preventative social services. And as a result, we are seeing things that have happened as a result. We know that food bank usage has exploded right across the province. That's a fact. That's a fact. Just Google any report. Canada Food Bank's report is right there. It will tell you the increase. Every food bank is feeling the pressure. We also know that there are more people in Alberta that don't have homes than ever before. And that is a direct result of changes that this government has made. Now, I will say that, yes, certainly the pandemic also played a role. It played a significant role. But this government almost did everything that they could to make things even harder. Let me give you an example. So somebody on AISH, let's say I'm a person with a severe disability and I qualify for AISH, I receive that benefit. And I decide at some point in my life to get married. And my spouse earns an income. Now, my spouse's income is taken into account when the calculation is made for what I will receive from AISH, because there are clawbacks. Now, during the pandemic, let's say my spouse lost their job and needed to go on EI or got a CERB benefit. Well, because it was likely an overpayment, because they were probably getting more than they were before, a lot of low-income people, unfortunately, that live on AISH. And so that income was clawed back. So we know right now, Mr. Chair, there are many, many Albertans that are AISH recipients or income support recipients that are on a repayment plan right now. So that means they're having money taken out of their checks or out of their deposits every single month to pay back an overpayment because their spouse perhaps lost their job and earned more on EI or CERB, for sure CERB, and now it's getting clawed back from AISH or income support. That is a reality. But get this, but this government is giving them $100 affordability checks right till the election. So they get $100, but they're losing $100 to pay back a clawback that this government did not fix. They knew about it. We asked repeatedly about it. They chose not to fix it. So they did not make life better for Albertans. And now, this very vulnerable group, and for the most part, the group on income support is quite vulnerable because to be eligible for income support, you pretty much need to be destitute. You can't have a lot of savings. You can have a vehicle to get to and from work and things, but you can't have much. You need to have exhausted all other supports before you apply and are eligible for income support. So imagine that you have a director now that is making decisions about warrants and is just going to say, yeah, if there's an outstanding warrant, you are no longer eligible or you are cut off. And like my colleague from Edmonton Whitemud said, it's likely that some people wouldn't even know. They don't even know that they have interacted with the justice system and there's a warrant for their arrest. And so that income support will cease and then the harm becomes worse. And that cycle of poverty becomes worse. And you know what happens? And they're scoffing over there, which is a bit weird, but when it becomes worse, it is more expensive on health care. We know this. Emergency rooms get packed. People go without treatment for mental illnesses, all kinds of treatment. More people are homeless. There is all kinds of problems. Policing, there are more demands on policing because there are more issues. And so all of these things compound and eventually cost more money. And so if you invest properly, and that investing properly means not taking away. So if you invest properly in poverty reduction, that is key here, poverty reduction. So when that is top of mind, poverty reduction happens. This kind of stuff is really just performative. And so let's talk about people on income support and some of the issues. Now, it shouldn't surprise anyone in this place that there are likely many people that are reliant on government supports that have unresolved legal issues. So the social and economic cost of unresolved legal problems and various gaps in access to justice are hard to estimate, but there is no doubt whatsoever that they are substantial, and the costs are sometimes transferred to other sectors, as I said, including personal health, public housing, child care, and so much more. So considering the costs and barriers associated with accessing justice, it is, and we know this, marginalized populations are due to intersectional barriers they face. Now, I want to give you this example, and this is just one likely that we all can picture. So in general, homeless populations or groups of people that do not have homes face enhanced vulnerability due to mental health conditions and increased potential to become homeless. So chances are they may, at some point, end up with the warrant. But think about this. Homelessness stems from poverty and social inequity. And criminalizing homeless populations often creates more disadvantage and does, in fact, contribute to cycles of poverty. Now, I'm telling you this information, and this is actually data that you can look for yourselves instead of just scoffing. You can actually do a little bit of research and educate yourselves, and I'm speaking to the members opposite, to find out what you can do to make these issues better instead of worse. Because this government has showed a propensity for making things worse. You know, and my colleague talked about the impacts on families. So for sure, if somebody on income support, let's say there is a warrant, and they are either cut off or not put on in the first place, that is going to impact families. Not just that, But we know, because nobody can live on what income support pays, right? Let's just be honest about that. Income support on the one program, Barriers for Employment, is under $900 a month. The other program is even less. Nobody can live on that. It's just a fact. However, if you take that away, you are going to make issues worse. And so many people on income support already have precarious housing, right? Very often there is a track record of inability to fully pay their rent, let's say on time, if they've skipped a month or if they've been late and they've been warned perhaps. Now let's just point out that this government put a lot of people at risk when they decided to change the payment date for Asian income support to make their books look better a few years ago and had to reverse it because the Auditor General busted them. But people pay their rent late, and there are ramifications to that. And so this piece of legislation has the potential to be as damaging unless this government, I think, takes the time to consult with the appropriate people, do a little bit of research, and make sure that their list of crimes is appropriate, make sure that they have some safeties in place for family members, particularly children. If there are older parents, perhaps, dependent adults even, that are being taken care of by the recipient, it is so important that that work gets done because we have seen 4 years of things that have happened, and I don't think actually government sets out to harm people. I don't believe that that's their intent, but that's what their legislation and their regulation and their policy changes have done, is inflict harm to very vulnerable populations. And I would suggest that people on income support are pretty vulnerable. And so I do worry about this. In many cases, we know that poverty and criminality are in a perpetual cycle with each other. That is just a fact. So I'm on the one hand, I understand that there are some people that should not get government assistance because they chose to engage in criminal activity. But on the other hand, I need to know that this government has done their homework in terms of ensuring that things that they're changing or legislation they're bringing in or regulations they're changing will not inadvertently cause more harm to Albertans. And we have just seen that happen far too many times, Mr. Chair, that I am worried that this is going to happen again. And sadly, I've not seen any evidence that this government is doing anything different. Criminal justice systems create debt through the accumulation of non-repayment of criminal offense fines, court fees, victim surcharges, restitution. It's called justice debt. And that is also a reality. So can you imagine someone so destitute, really, that they have to apply for income supports that are impossible to live on? It's just a small amount of money to help them. They are so destitute, and now they're cut off from that because there's a warrant. Perhaps they didn't even know about it. This vicious cycle of poverty, and stuck in this place, they are never going to get ahead. When our goal should be every single Albertan should be given the support that they need to be successful, to find the job that they want, to be able to care for their family in the way that they want, to be able to live in safe housing, to know they can feed their families. That should be all of our goals every single day, to do everything that we can to support Albertans. And I don't believe that this government uses that lens, Mr. Chair. I don't, because I've seen far too many examples of policy changes or legislative changes that are really made with a political lens, not a lens that looks at quality of life of Albertans and their future. And let me just say, when we address poverty and when we reduce poverty and we talk about it and we bring in good legislation and good programming that systematically reduces poverty, because that's what it sets out to do, our entire economy is strengthened. Our future is brighter. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. And I hope that everybody in this place understands that. So I hope that all members of this assembly are asking themselves the same question, or will look at the list that is generated behind closed doors when eventually it is, and make sure that that list does exactly what we need it to do. There was a study published in 2021 in partnership with Public Safety Canada, Stats Canada, and Correctional Service of Canada. And they found that previously incarcerated individuals make less income, filed less tax, had less participation in labor market, and more social assistance. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is it just sort of validates the point that I made earlier, is that we should all be working together to ensure that we keep people out of those places, that we keep people out of the justice system, that we support them so that they don't continue to have these warrants, or they don't continue to have fines amassing that they can never pay, that we help them with job retraining or finding employment, that we support them and lift them out of poverty. And that is not what's happening. And I feel like this is a Band-Aid that'll say, oh, look at us, we're going to take care of those bad guys that apply for government benefits. Sure, there might be a little group of people that you will identify that should never get government assistance, absolutely. But I believe that the vast majority probably don't even know there's a problem, don't have the resources to fix the problem, even if they wanted to, but yet we're going to further penalize them because it's going to make us look tough on crime. We're going to be tough on those who are really, really poor and struggling. If they have a warrant, forget it. So, again, it's disappointing that instead of talking about poverty reduction, instead of talking what we can do to actually invest in getting people off income support properly, not tossing them off, but helping them transition off. It'd be really great, Mr. Chair, if the members opposite chirping away have something to say. I'd be happy to entertain a question, but, that's about it. So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if I can get a time check from you. Woo-hoo. I'm good? Okay, with that, I'm actually going to take
4 minutes.
Thank you very much.
I see the honourable member from Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to briefly address this bill before us. Bill 9, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2023. Mr. Chair, the focus I'd like to bring to this is on the Public Transit and Green Infrastructure Project Act. It's right towards the back end of the bill. Most of this bill, 15 statutes are being amended. Most of it's innocuous. Some of it is problematic. And this is a really problematic part, Mr. Speaker, because it was a problem created by the government when they brought this amendment in the first place. And what they did, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just spend a few minutes, and it has to do with the Green Line in Calgary. I'll just spend a few minutes to read what the government did that they're now correcting. What they did is so problematic that they eventually heard from City Council. They heard from probably people who are wanting to procure that project that this is the death of the project. And what this government did, the Minister of Transportation, the previous Premier did, is they put in a clause that said the Lieutenant Governor and Council may, by order, with a minimum of 90 days notice to the City of Calgary, terminate a grant agreement without cause. A grant agreement from the province of Alberta that was $1.5 billion. The total project is somewhere about $5 billion, phase one of this project that'll take the Green Line from Shepherd all the way to 16th Avenue in the north. And it's about a $5 billion project at this point in time. And the government thought it was okay, thought it was good practice to bring in a clause that would kill any procurement wanting to go forward. Why would it kill any procurement wanting to go forward? Because what company is going to stand up and say, I want to bid on this. It's $5 billion worth, but within 90 days, a third of that amount of money can come out because of, the government believing that it's a LRT to nowhere. That's what we heard from this side before, Mr. Speaker. What I think was going on is the government didn't like the project. Maybe they don't like mass transit, more particularly. So they're looking for ways to kind of slow it down, to kind of create some noise, some interference. And I can remember the news articles of the day saying, this is crazy. How can you procure, how can you get a project going of that magnitude, the biggest one, the biggest public infrastructure build in Calgary's history, and this government decides they want to put a clause in that makes it almost impossible for anyone to step up and say, yeah, I'll take that project on. I'll design it. I'll create it. I'll create it for the people of Calgary to get them moving from south to north and north to south. But maybe a third of it's going to go away if, you know, and I can't control that if I'm a company. I can't control what this government's going to do. So today, they're taking that clause out. They're saying, we're repealing Section 10. We're repealing this bad clause that the Minister of Transportation, the former Premier, had put in place, and everybody on that side voted for it. And they're taking it out because it doesn't work. It doesn't work for a project of this magnitude. You can't shut a project like this down in 90 days. A project doesn't go forward like this with a 90-day clause to kill it. So that's good news. Today we're standing up and saying, you know, cooler, better, smarter heads prevail. But they didn't months ago when the government put that in. They thought it was best to put it in then. Well, it wasn't. What it did is it delayed this project, Mr. Speaker. And the previous Minister of Transportation also said, you know, I want a report. Calgary's got to give me a report. Show me where this is going to be a beneficial project to move people, mass transit, that you can do this, you can tunnel under a portion of downtown, and you can get people moving with the money that the province of Alberta, approved by the previous NDP government, put in place. The government of Canada is on for a 40% share of that project, and the City of Calgary is on for a 20% share of that project. So the previous Minister of Transportation said, I need a report. We know that report and the time delay was about a year, Mr. Speaker. Things would have got moving a lot quicker had the government just got on board the C train. But they decided to put an arm down, like one of those arms that come down over a rail crossing. And this government put a stop to the C train moving forward and the planning and the organization. And that has delayed the project and cost more money to this project. So fiscal sense over on that side is not anything that happens, Mr. Speaker. There is not any effective, efficient fiscal responsibility on the other side because they delayed a project and cost and made the costs as a result of inflation, as a result of materials going up, cost more to the City of Calgary, more to the people of Alberta, and more to the government of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no debt of gratitude owed to the other side for finally coming to their senses and taking this out. What there is the identification of everyone in this chamber, all people in Calgary, that the clause that was put in there was not in the best interest of the project, not in the best interest of the people of Calgary and taxpayers generally, because now the project is going to cost more money. I think that's disappointing. It's not talked about by the other side. They just sort of slipped it in here right at the end. And the same sort of thing went on for the City of Edmonton, of course. I guess you can't punish one city without punishing the other. Mm-hmm. And that's a thinking I think we hear from the other side. Even though the City of Edmonton, even though today probably neither city will stand up and say, you know, this was the wrong thing to do. They did at the time. They're just glad they're getting rid of this punishing clause that makes it difficult for anybody to get on board and to procure this project. So that's good news that it's finally coming out. Should have come out a long time ago. Should have never got in the first place. It should have never occurred that the Minister of Transportation stood up and said he wanted the report, as if the Minister of Transportation knew better than the people who are working on this project at the local level, the municipal level, who have built 1, 2, 3, several arms of an LRT system that is the envy of North American cities around in North America because of the number of people it transports, because of its effectiveness and efficiency. The Calgarians have, and the people at the City of Calgary and the leadership and council for decades have been doing this work and doing it well. And to have the rug pulled out from under them by this government, this Minister of Transportation, and the Premier is a slap in the face. It was a slap in the face. But now they're correcting it, so kudos to the red tape reduction minister for doing the right thing finally. But no debt of gratitude is owed to any person on that side for voting in support of this today, because they created the problem.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member from Edmonton McLellan has the floor.
Mr. Chair, and I'll continue with some comments on the Green Line topic that the member for Calgary Buffalo alluded to in much of his discourse recently, because, of course, it was for another omnibus bill that the UCP government brought in under the current finance minister, Bill 20, which in fact imposed upon the City of Edmonton and Calgary this minimum of 90 days notice eligibility for the government to revisit or eliminate a grant application. And what's happened as a result of this, it's had a very chilling effect on business, on not only Green Line or LRT development in Edmonton and Calgary, but just the very notion, Mr. Chair, that the government would see fit to bring in such a draconian measure to basically put a stop work order on the Green Line in particular in Calgary, and it has also had an effect on the Valley Line in Edmonton. It can create a crisis in confidence amongst the major contractors who are small in number, who would be able to actually bid on these types of contracts. It's the largest infrastructure build in Calgary's history, and this government played games with it and let that legislation rest in place until now finally it's going to rest in peace after they see fit to react to the immense pressure and outcry that's been raised against it by, of course, former City Mayor Nenshi, City councillors, and councillors in Edmonton as well, because the measure is one that is a business killer. At the largest element or largest level, highest level of finance, businesses need to have confidence and certainty. And this is something that we hear the so-called conservative, business supportive UCP government claiming all the time, that they are looking to create conditions of confidence and an economic playing field that is fair and will attract business. Well, this is anything but, Mr. Chair. This very chilling measure that was brought in by the UCP that is now being eliminated by virtue of another omnibus measure was something that the business community is not going to forget. It was very, very poorly thought out sledgehammer that this government decided to come forward with, and it has a major impact on not only these rapid transit LRT projects, but on major projects that either of the major cities of Edmonton and Calgary might want to undertake, but other major projects throughout the province that the province will be a funding partner in. I mean, it was claimed that indeed the standard practice was the opportunity for the province to exit a grant agreement with certain notice, yet in fact it's not the case. I know that Mayor Nenshi has commented publicly saying they tasked their city managers to take a look and see if indeed there were contracts that enabled the province to exit using similar techniques, but in fact they could find none. And I'll table the article that Mayor Nenshi has referenced in when he makes the statement about the search they made for examples of the city having an opportunity to, or where the province would be able to exit from grants that they had previously pledged legally if indeed they gave notice to the cities. And there's no evidence that it was a standard practice, Mr. Chair. So the very context that we are in right now, where we are hoping that the Green Line is going to move forward and we're not going to see obstacles to this largest infrastructure build in the province's history put in place again, and that we'll see the procurement and progress of Phase 1 move forward with confidence. That's something, Mr. Chair, that I'm sure the business community, not only in Calgary, but throughout the province and the wider Canadian construction industry looks forward to with interest, because, Mr. Chair, any time a province comes forward with legislation which is so draconian that it actually would seek to put a stop work order on the largest infrastructure build in a province the size of Alberta, that certainly gets the attention of the business community on a national and international scale, because these are multi-billion-dollar projects. $5.5 billion is the slated cost as it stands currently, and that type of planning that has to go into these projects is costly, especially if companies are bidding to be the companies that actually get to build and put in place the infrastructure. And they will not have the confidence they need to if they decide that the government is going to possibly put in place legislation like this once again, because they happen to have some disagreement about the direction of the project or some of the details of the project, and the only way they see fit to influence it is to put in this so-called stop work order, as I call it, by giving themselves a 90-day clause allowing them to rescind a grant agreement that they'd had in place, and thus, for all intents and purposes, killing the project. And it's a sad commentary, Mr. Chair, that for many, many years, this example will be reflected upon by the business community, especially when they see a UCP government involved in major construction infrastructure projects. They'll give themselves pause about whether or not they want to participate. Thankfully, Mr. Chair, I think that they'll find a much more business-friendly government in a few months in this province in the form of an NDP majority government. But we'll let the chips fall where they may there, Mr. Chair. So I do join my colleague, member for Calgary-Buffalo, in expressing concerns about the effect on the business community that the sledgehammer of the the mechanism the government gave themselves that they're now rescinding to kill such a large infrastructure project by withdrawing their grant agreement. And it throws question into the confidence of the business community in Alberta's government to be able to promote major infrastructure projects. I know the province is fond of poking their finger at the federal government and saying, hey, you're the ones who are putting a spoke in the wheels of major infrastructure projects, whether it be, particularly in the transmission of in the pipeline field and mining projects. But here's a prime example, Mr. Chair, where this government themselves really created a problem that didn't have to be created, because they just disliked the project or wanted to change the direction of a project. They created a mechanism by which they could issue a stop work order by withdrawing their grant funding and, for all intents and purposes, killed the largest infrastructure project in the city of Calgary. Now, of course, we've seen them rescind that, and hopefully they've learned a valuable lesson, but at what cost? And that's a cost that I think the UCP government has to tally for Albertans, because it is the largest infrastructure build in the province, Mr. Chair, and we need to know what damage the UCP government has done. I know that the business community certainly would like to see an accounting, and they probably should be part of that accounting to let Albertans know just indeed what damage they've done to the large business community by having this measure in place for so long. But I'll move on now to something on a smaller scale that I've had an interest in the past, in my past role as the critic for agriculture, and that has to do with the happy subject of bees, Mr. Chair. All of us, I think, love bees, except maybe if we've had the experience of being stung by them. But on the topic of bees, the legislation, the omnibus legislation before us, speaks to a number of measures that enables a beekeeper to register and prohibits importation of bees without prior consent. So it talks a lot about addressing concerns of threats of disease that might be carried by bees that are imported into the province. And of course, Mr. Chair, many Albertans may be aware that we don't actually produce what are called packaged bees in the province. We do produce some queen bees, and they are sold to beekeepers for honey production. But the beekeeping industry loses, on average, about 25% of the bees in its hive due to overwinter die-off or kill. And there's further losses due to pests and infections. But the result of that is that we have to import bees to replace those that have died over the winter. And almost all of them come from overseas. So this act, of course, looks to try to prevent infection from coming from those overseas sources of imported bees. And while doing so, those are good measures, Mr. Chair, to protect the rest of the bees that are in the province. We have a thriving honey industry, a pride of Alberta, and it's a product that is known throughout the world as one of the top sources of honey. And there's many opportunities for growth in that industry. But one of the things that should have been done, and is a sin of omission once again, Mr. Chair, is that rather than dealing solely with the importation of bees and protecting against contamination of those bees by threats of disease or outbreaks or other emergencies, in addition to these measures, insofar as we need to keep supplying bees from overseas to restock our hives each year after the 25% or so die-off, what we should have been doing, Mr. Chair, is to be investing in our apiary or apiculture industries to ensure that we produce those packaged bees here in Alberta. And there's many arguments about saying, people will say it's difficult to do because of the seasonal differences and so forth, that we can't produce a new crop of bees to replace what have died off, because of course we'd be doing so in the wintertime to replace them in the spring. But there are lots of creative ideas floating out there, Mr. Chair, that would allow it actually to be done in this province. And that's economic development, that's creativity. We've done things in this province by using the grey matter between our ears, and I think it was incumbent upon the government to listen to a few of the ideas that are out there regarding production of packaged bees in this province. So we're not reliant upon the importation of bees from other parts of the world, such as Australia, New Zealand, and then elsewhere. We found during the pandemic, especially, Mr. Chair, that of course when the supply chains broke down, that we were in a really, really tough spot to replace the die-off each year of the bees, the 25% or so that die off each year, from foreign sources, because of course air transportation was shut down, and you couldn't get bees. So we were looking at importing bees perhaps from the United States, and there, of course, were prohibited because of the impact of inbreeding with so-called African bees. That was the fear of importers that we would actually cause a contamination in our own supply of bees, or in our own bee population here in Alberta. So it put us in a difficult situation. The whole industry was put at risk because we did not have a reliable supply of packaged bees to replace those that died off in the wintertime. And that, Mr. Chair, is what I would hoped one would have seen as an adjunct part of this omnibus bill when it relates to the Bee Act. And it was a real opportunity to build upon the experiences that we've recently gone through during the pandemic, when we saw our supply chain basically eliminated for packaged bees, and to look at how we could become a leader in the apiculture industry by producing packaged bees, not only for our own consumption here at home, Mr. Chair, but for export ourselves, so that those countries who now buy from countries that we have to buy from, New Zealand, Australia, and so forth, would look to us for a year-round supply or a seasonal supply of packaged bees to replace theirs in their country that may have died off. So, I mean, that development, I think, is one element of the beekeeping industry that is a natural extension of where we're at. We're world leaders in the production of high-quality honey, and there's growth opportunities there. We use our bees for pollinators of our major crops, and many Albertans will know that our canola crops in particular, any of our flowering crops, require pollination, and you will find beehives being transported throughout this province during the crop growing season to pollinate the crops so that they grow properly, and without them we don't have crops. So they're extensively used throughout the province to ensure that our crops get pollinated, and it's an industry in and of itself, not only to produce honey but actually to pollinate our crops. So globally, of course, we have bees at risk, and there's at risk of dying off because of encroachment of urban development on our farmland, and there's disease in the bee populations that are threatening themselves throughout the world in many spots. So it's a fragile insect, a population of insects globally that needs to be cared for and cultivated, and we have an opportunity to do that in the province. And this omnibus bill, Mr. Chair, missed the opportunity to develop that industry beyond what it does by enabling the beekeeper registration system and prohibiting the importation of bees to Alberta without prior consent. As the bill says, the beekeeping compliance system is outlined, including designation and powers of inspectors and the authority of the minister in relation to quarantining bees or equipment. But there could have been a lot more done, Mr. Chair, and I'm disappointed that it wasn't. So when we do hear from other members, perhaps across the way, who have had experience with bees themselves, perhaps they could comment on what they feel would have been a better opportunity by the minister to brought forward a more comprehensive piece of legislation when it came to the Bee Act to include in this omnibus bill. So I could go on about bees for a long time, and I certainly think we've got huge opportunities in this province to develop the apiculture industry to a much larger degree than we have, and to expand it into growing and repopulating our bee population each year and exporting packaged bees throughout the globe. So that's one element of the omnibus bill that I wanted to shed some light on. And I wonder if I have a time check, Mr. Chair.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Well, I can continue on about bees for 30 more seconds, I think, but I'll cede my time and let somebody else have the floor.
Excellent. Next up, the member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to say thank you to my colleagues who have Bill 9 being an omnibus bill that impacts a number of different statutes, has many, many different parts to it. And I've appreciated hearing the debate about different parts of this bill, and everything from impacts to poverty to bees to the Green Line in Calgary. But I don't think anyone in this chamber will be surprised that I would like to speak very specifically to the parts that touch on the Workers' Compensation Board within Bill 9, because it's an incredibly important part of the rights that workers have, the partnership, the bargain that has been struck between workers and employers, so that when a worker is injured on the job, that they will get the help, the compensation, the coverage to be able to recover, or their families will receive the same in the tragic case where a worker has died. And in Bill 9, we touch on the workers' compensation section specifically because of the Fort McMurray wildfire. The wildfire started in May of 2016 and became one of the largest evacuations in Canadian history, and had a huge impact on the community, with over 2,000 structures burned and dedicated efforts having to be made to keep infrastructure and people safe on the part of first responders. Now, in Bill 9 specifically, it seeks to ensure that firefighters who are exposed to toxic chemicals and carcinogens will still be covered for WCB coverage should they have an occupational disease develop, specifically cancers. Now, we know cancer is the number one reason for firefighter deaths, and this type of occupational disease often takes time to develop, and so our regulations for cancers for firefighters in this province oftentimes look at something called the latency period. How long has someone been the firefighter, based on the science that it takes time for those carcinogens to act in the human body and to cause cancer. Now, in the case of Fort McMurray, we know that there were firefighters who started fighting that fire and essentially weren't able to fully move off shift for 6 full days. There were firefighters across the additional weeks that weren't able to properly decontaminate, and there were firefighters who were not able to have breathing apparatus, since they were literally breathing in the toxins of thousands of burning buildings. And the health impact of that is something incredibly significant and serious, and we've already heard from firefighters who were in Fort McMurray who have developed occupational cancers, And in fact, there's the story of a firefighter from Fort McMurray who has already passed. Now, Bill 9 seeks to provide presumptive coverage for occupational cancers for the firefighters who are in Fort McMurray, but, Mr. Chair, it fails to cover all firefighters who are there. And so I'd like to introduce an amendment at this point.
Okay, thank you, honourable member. We'll just wait till we get the original sent over to us. This amendment will be known as MA1, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 9, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2023, be amended in Section 15, Sub 3B by adding the following immediately after the proposed Section 24.1, Sub 3.1. 3.2, for the purpose of subsection 3.1, a full-time firefighter and part-time firefighter includes the following. A full-time firefighter or part-time firefighter who has made an application for compensation that was not accepted by the board for an injury described in subsection 2. B, the estate of a full-time firefighter or part-time firefighter if that worker has not received payment from the board with respect to an injury described in subsection 2. 3.3, for greater certainty, subsection 3.1 applies to an injury described in subsection 2 suffered by a full-time firefighter or part-time firefighter anytime after May 1st, 2016. Now, the anytime after May 1st, 2016, Mr. Chair, is the crux of what I'd like to speak to when it comes to this amendment. Because without this amendment, the changes in Bill 9 provide presumptive cancer coverage only from the date that this bill is proclaimed, that the bill is passed. So essentially, a date that is going to end in 2023. Knowing that this fire started in 2016, that is a 6-year gap, and we need to include the retroactivity because we already know that there are firefighters who have found themselves struggling with the WCB system for compensation. There is the case of a family that has been in dispute with the WCB for years over a case where the firefighter has passed, and there have been other firefighters as well. Now, the government has had opportunity to consider this amendment because it was submitted to the minister over a week ago, and we've already talked about this through question period. And I will say quite honestly to you, Mr. Chair, that the first time we realized that this wasn't retroactive and we spoke with the APFFPA, the Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, and said, oh, this isn't retroactive, we think this doesn't go far enough. They said, oh, no, this doesn't go far enough, we need to cover them all. I came into this chamber to ask about it in question period, and I quite literally expected the minister to say, we'd be happy to work with you on amendments to make sure this is covered. And I was surprised, as a former Minister of Labour, asking a member who represents Fort McMurray that we weren't able to get to a, yes, let's work together and make sure that this is completely covered. And the government's answers on why they won't support this amendment up till now, and I welcome them changing their mind at any point. I'd be happy to work with them to ensure we get this done, have not made sense to me. Because the government seems to be acknowledging that, yes, there are firefighters that this won't apply to, but they will get to go through a fairness review process. And that fairness review process will eventually get them coverage, rather than accepting an amendment that makes it very clear that we are going to extend this coverage back to May 1st, 2016, back to the start when the fire initially began. And I have been listening very carefully through the media and through multiple questions in question period, trying to understand the government's argument for why this amendment will not be accepted today. And I am hopeful that through the debate, perhaps I can even get a bit more clarity, because it does not make sense to me. What this amendment does is it makes incredibly clear to families, to firefighters and colleagues, to the WCB, and to all Albertans, that any firefighter who is on the ground during the beast, who develops occupational cancer because of the toxic exposures that they had, the inability to decontaminate, because of the work they were doing to protect lives and livelihoods, infrastructure, and the citizens, will automatically have that presumptive coverage through WCB. And without that, saying that there is a subset of these firefighters that are going to need to go through a separate process does not make sense to me. And I don't understand why the government is making firefighters and their families go through some alternate way. Now, the government has said that the Alberta WCB system does not typically do retroactivity, and that's completely correct. I acknowledge that. As former Minister of Labour, I am aware of that. But that is also a choice. And that is a choice the government is making in the directions that it gives to WCB. And it is a choice that other provinces make differently. Ontario has made their presumptive cancer coverage, not specific to an incident, but just in general, retroactive by 60 years. They've just updated their cancer regulation to include new cancers, which Alberta needs to do, and the minister keeps signaling that that is coming, which is great news. I encourage him to get on with it and to do that, because they've been in government for 4 years, and Alberta's regulation is out of date. But that's great. In this case, we are asking for retroactivity to a very specific, catastrophic, traumatic event that all Albertans are aware of. And I think that Albertans understand why retroactivity makes sense in this case, given the nature of the toxic exposures that firefighters had to work through. And they were doing their jobs. And when someone is going to their job and doing their job, and they get sick because of that, or they get injured because of that, it is incumbent on all of us to make sure that we have a strong workers' compensation system that will protect them. And to hear that there's already families that have struggled and have had to fight on top of fighting cancer, it's incredibly frustrating to me that we can't get this right. The government loves to talk about why didn't you do what when? Well, today we have a bill in front of us, an amendment in front of us that the government can support. So let's talk about today, and let's talk about getting to a place where both government and opposition can come to agreement on this amendment, providing the clarity to all firefighters and not relegating some to a fairness review process. Let's send this clear signal because it is specific to one event. The Horse River wildfire that started in May 2016 that first responders spent weeks fighting, and first responders who deserve our support. Now, I would welcome any member of the government to speak on this amendment, because I truly am looking to better understand the lack of support. It is not just me and my voice calling for this. The Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, the Firefighters Union in Fort McMurray, has been advocating for this for many years. Edmonton Firefighters Union has been a leader when it comes to advocating for this coverage that we need to have for those first responders. And so there are a number of people who are watching this debate and are interested in seeing the government do the right thing. And the fact that Alberta hasn't done retroactive before may be true, but that's not a reason not to do it. We know we can. We know other jurisdictions have. And this is specific to a single event. We are not opening the barn doors wide for chaos and it will disrupt our system. We are just making sure that any firefighter who has been diagnosed with cancer in these past 6-7 years that are currently not going to be covered by Bill 9 will be able to find themselves in this legislation, understand that they are getting the coverage, and not have to go through a fairness review process, but will instead be able to say with confidence that they know that they are getting the coverage. And I again don't understand the government's unwillingness to work with the official opposition on this. I would be happy to accept a government amendment that fixes this issue. I just want to see this done right. I just want to make sure that this happens in the correct way. And that's one of the reasons why I have been talking about this in the House with firefighters for years now. And the Alberta NDP has committed to making sure that this is done and done correctly should we form government. And that commitment was made last year. And so the government has certainly been aware of this for a great deal of time. And it was an honor to be able to speak to the firefighters conference and convention back in, I think it was May of last year, about these very topics. And to stand with the leader of the official opposition when she made this commitment again in December of last year. And so it's something that we've known for a while. I think this amendment is clearly written, and really the key thing is that section 3.3 that talks about any time after May 2016. Because although we know of a couple of cases now, Mr. Chair, there quite literally may be other firefighters who've never applied to the WCB because they knew that they fell outside of the latency periods. We can't say that this is only one or two cases. There could be many more, and changing this the right way is the best way to manage this. Asking people to reach out to the minister's office is unfair. We want to see consistent coverage. We want to see retroactive coverage for all the first responders who were on the ground in Fort McMurray, who battled what became known as the beast, and who were exposed to so many toxins for weeks, days, sometimes without rest, without the ability to decontaminate, and without the proper protective procedures being able to be in place because of how catastrophic that event was. So my intent, Mr. Chair, was to be convincing and to really put forward the arguments for why I believe all members should support this amendment. And I hope to hear that support from members of the government caucus because I think this is incredibly important. I know this is important to the members impacted, and it's an important example of making sure we have a strong workers' compensation system that is there for all workers, that we recognize the risks that workers put themselves under, and our need and our responsibility to take care of them. So with that, I look forward to debate on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Honourable Member. Anyone else to speak to the amendment? I see there the member from Edmonton Decor. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I realize our time might be starting to grow, excuse me, short in this session of the legislature, and possibly could be my last time to address this assembly. So I don't want to waste it, but I do want to be very direct in what I want to talk about today. So as you can imagine, Mr. Chair, I do rise very much in support of this amendment that my friend from Edmonton Mill Woods has brought forward with regards to the proposed changes in Bill 9 for WCB. I have had an amazing experience over the better part of 3 decades being able to advocate for hardworking Albertans. And I know that during that time, the things that I would fight for within labor, within unions, also impacted work sites that weren't unionized. You managed to get higher wages in a union shop. There's a good likelihood that in a similar industry you'll see those wages go up. You get better safety conditions in a unionized shop. You will see better safety conditions come up in a non-union. And it's been that way forever. And one of the things that were advocated for way in the past was, of course, for WCB coverage for workers. Now, the thing that has unfortunately happened over the years is that WCB has become adversarial towards workers. It was never intended for that to happen. It was supposed to be much like an insurance policy. You get into an accident, you have an insurance to try to get your vehicle fixed. You get hurt at work, you have something to back you up until you can get better and return to work in a full capacity. So over the years, obviously there has been very, very directed efforts to try to raise that up and to try to stop how adversarial WCB has become. And so when we're talking about Bill 9, the changes to WCB and the implications it has on what ended up being referred to up in Fort McMurray as the beast is to try to make sure that the heroes that ran towards that fire while everybody else was running away, as they should, that we have those individuals' backs no matter what. And, you know, changes to try to protect our firefighters, it's not something new to Alberta. There's been a concerted effort right across the country to try to raise this up, to try to cover the cancers that we know. There's no speculation here, there's no controversy, there's no guesswork that impact firefighters and the jobs that they do. And so what we have, and again, I'll be very clear, I'm not opposed to the changes to WCB here in Bill 9. What I'm clearly saying is it's tripping right at the finish line. And all we have to do is change just a little bit of language to push it across that finish line, to make sure that our firefighters, should in the event, again, we have a major catastrophic fire, that these members will know that they're taken care of, that their families will know that they're taken care of should we lose any of those members. And so some of the things that I know I have been arguing for a very long time, and a part of that, those 3 decades, was another 2 spent not only on my own worksite health and safety committee, but my union's provincial health and safety committee, is how do we come up with language to protect people so they go home each and every night? You know, as they say, you know, we don't live to work, we work to live. And everybody needs to come home at the end of the night. You know, thinking about the images that I know I saw from Fort McMurray and the stories that I've heard over the years, my neighbor, literally right across the street from me, was a deputy chief with the Edmonton fire. And I was surprised, you know, the day when I spent time with Edmonton Fire, not only doing their fire ups, which I've done twice now, and I think that only gave me a tiny little inkling of what they face. But he was telling me about how, you know, he finally got up there, but it was a week after they finally got control of it. And he said the conditions were horrendous. And it's not like he was complaining. He was trying to tell me what it was the members were facing. So, you know, as every member in this House knows, over the past 8 years that I've spent here, I've made no bones about where I come from, where my priorities have been, what I advocate for, and I proudly continue to do it now, and will continue to do it in my time outside of this House, is trying to make the lives of workers better. Now, here's where I might ruffle some feathers here, Mr. Chair. But I have heard members of this House, members that are part of the government, part of the government caucus, who've very proudly said about the roots they have in labor and what they come from. So I'm going to issue one final challenge. It's likely what it's going to be. If indeed your roots are in labor, you believe in fighting for the safety of Albertans, if you believe in trying to make their quality of life better, then it should not be any problem whatsoever to accept this amendment. because that's exactly what it'll do. It will make the lives of Albertans better. It will make them safer. As I'd mentioned, with WCB being adversarial, this will at the very least take that adversarial role away for our firefighters. I've always said, all it takes is one example. We already have that example where we have lost a member and they're now having to fight to get their claim reviewed. That just simply should not happen. And if you really truly are a labor advocate, if you're fighting to make the lives of Alberta workers better, you need to do what it takes to eliminate that. And saying anything else, I'm sorry, it means you don't actually believe in fighting for hardworking Albertans, and it doesn't mean that you have the backs of firefighters. And I know that's rough, Mr. Chair. It's meant to be. I've fought too long to sit here and candy coat things for people. We have an amendment. Like I said, what's proposed in Bill 9 for WCBJ, it's not wrong. It's not bad. It's good. But we can make it even better. And so I cannot urge members of this House anymore. Take the emotion out of it, take the politics out of it, just look at the language. We know the language is falling short. It's stepping in the right direction, but it's falling short. We can add this little bit, push it over the finish line. Truly, everyone could then stand up in this House and get to say, we have the backs of our firefighters, no matter what. We've already seen examples elsewhere that it can be done. We can do it here in Alberta. I am adamantly pleading with members of this House, please accept this amendment. I know you don't like other amendments that we brought forward over the course of the 30th legislature. This one's genuine. This one will do the job. And going forward, I guess we can always have other arguments later about what we can do to change WCB to make it better for all Albertans. I'll be supporting this amendment, and again, I urge all other members of the House, please accept this.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone else to speak to Amendment MA1? I see the Honourable Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Chair. The firefighters can already act benefits for fighting the Fort McMurray wildfire through the WCB process. All Bill 9 does is clear the red tape to those benefits and prevents denial. I am aware of 2 cases impacted by the NDP amendment. As part of their standard operating procedure, the WCB already has a fairness review panel to deal with these 2 cases. Our government will ensure that these Fort McMurray firefighters will get the benefits they deserve. The NDP is playing fast and loose with what's really going on here. Retroactivity does not need to be applied when the WCB fairness review for 2 people achieves the same thing. Our government has worked hard to reduce red tape in Alberta, and adding another amendment with a process that already covers the situation is an unnecessary addition. That is why I am urging my colleagues to vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Up next, I see the member from Edmonton Centre. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to the amendment brought forward by my colleague from Edmonton Millwoods, the House Leader, the former Minister of Labour. Now, we have had some stand in this chamber and say, well, why didn't the NDP do anything? Or what did the NDP do about this? Well, what the NDP did, Mr. Chair, when this member was Minister of Labour, in 2018, we introduced the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act that added a mental health disorder presumption for correctional officers, emergency medical assistants, firefighters, police officers, and sheriffs, expanded that coverage to also include many others, and took action to support firefighters and others who are facing challenges in the system. Our government took action, Mr. Chair. Now, of course, as we continue, we learn more and we find more that needs to be done. And so I respect that the government finally listened. Certainly initially, when we had the initial debates on these questions, and this was brought forward by my colleague, on behalf of the firefighters, let's be clear, Mr. Chair, this was not something we dreamed up out of thin air. This is not something that the government is claiming is a politicization of the process. This is the voice of the firefighters themselves. So I'm pleased that the Minister for Jobs, Economy and Northern Development eventually came around from his initial position back in December. And that now his colleague, the Minister for Red Tape Reduction, is including it in this bill. However, the same firefighters who approached my colleague and who she spoke for in December, the same firefighters who stood and commended the government for bringing this forward, are now standing and asking the government to make one further change. That simple change to add retroactivity. And because the government has chosen not to listen to them, my colleague has brought forward this amendment. So, Mr. Chair, that is not a politicization, unless the Minister of Red Tape Reduction is accusing the firefighters of our province of being political. Is he accusing them of attacking his government? Is he accusing them of introducing a redundancy, of not understanding the system, of not understanding the challenge their own members face? Because that is the reason that amendment is here in front of us today. And I, for one, Mr. Chair, will take the word of those firefighters, will take the voice of those firefighters over that of this government. And it's my hope that other government members will do the same. Because let's be clear, Mr. Chair, this is not a government, and these are not members that are shy about exceptions in legislation. When they feel it suits their political interest, Mr. Chair, they are prepared to do all sorts of interesting bending and twisting of convention when it comes to legislation in the province. Let's remember Bill 10, introduced at the beginning of the pandemic, where these government members were willing to stand and vote for the members of cabinet to have the ability to change, alter, or create new legislation out of whole cloth without ever setting foot in this legislature. But they stand and say, no, we can't provide retroactivity for these two firefighters. That's going too far. These government members are willing to pass a piece of legislation giving them the ability to unilaterally tear up their contract with physicians in the province of Alberta, and then do so. But it's too exceptional for them, Mr. Chair, to provide retroactivity to cover these firefighters. Instead, they say, no, go and fight it out in the system. The Minister of Jobs, Economy and Northern Development is willing to sit in a cabinet with a premier who he once said he would oppose that Sovereignty Act that she intended to bring forward. Let's be clear, another extraordinary piece of legislation, Mr. Chair, which again attempted to give members of this cabinet the ability to alter legislation, change laws without ever setting foot in this legislature. He was willing to stand for weeks and support that before this government finally recanted in the face of public pressure. But he says, no, he cannot stand and make an exception here, an exception that has been demonstrated to be possible in the province of Ontario for the sake of these firefighters. There are government members, Mr. Chair, that were willing to stand in support of this premier when she was running in the leadership race for their party, when she said she intended to exert extraordinary influence in our justice system. They stood in full-throated support of her then, and the question is, will they say it is too exceptional now to stand in support of these firefighters? So let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is not a question of this being a government that is so concerned about the rule of law, that is so concerned about proper procedure, that they simply cannot allow this to pass. They have demonstrated time and again on the record that is not the case. If they will not support this amendment today, it is because they don't want to. Because they don't feel that it is politically significant enough for them. That is their choice, and that is the message that they are sending to working men and women, to firefighters across this province. I'll have more to say on the rest of Bill 9 later, but I think that's enough for now. And in a moment, we'll get to see just where the priorities of these members and this government actually lay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next up, member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to say thank you to the Minister for responding to the amendment. I am asking for more clarity because from a plain language perspective, I do not understand the government's reasoning. And I would genuinely like to, because we are talking to the same stakeholders, and the idea that firefighters who may have been impacted between May 2016 and today need to go through a different or fairness-based process rather than being clearly included in Bill 9, when we know that it is a very defined time period because of the catastrophic event from Fort McMurray, to me, creates an additional barrier or possible confusion, because we know that there are a few cases. We believe there could be additional. There could be people, firefighters, who have been diagnosed with a cancer that, because the cancer latency period is 25 years, they have not even applied to the WCB. Because they knew that they were not covered, they did not match it. And without this amendment, which clearly indicates that this is retroactive back to May 2016, there may be firefighters who were on the ground in Fort McMurray who will never approach the WCB or get the compensation that they are owed. That could happen. And I think that the amendment shows a very clear firefighters who are on the ground from May 2016 on who develop occupational cancers will get the coverage that I believe so strongly all Albertans support that they should get. And I hear the government saying, oh, they will get the coverage, but through a fairness review process. And so my question is, then why not just accept the amendment? Why not accept the amendment that clearly provides the coverage and responds to what firefighters have asked for? So if the end result, according to you, is that through the chair, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying not to, if the end result is that they will get coverage, then why not accept this amendment, which makes it clear and will ensure that no firefighter falls through the cracks because they were unaware and did not know? Why have a hidden, unclear, fairness review-based process that only some firefighters will go through, rather than having clear coverage and retroactive support for all firefighters? Because I've been listening closely, I am trying to understand, and it does not make sense to me. And so I would ask the minister if he could please try to clarify for me and I know there are firefighters who are watching our debate today. I am asking this in a very genuine way. Because this doesn't make sense why you are rejecting this, when accepting it would provide the clarity, respond to what firefighters are asking for, and ultimately, according to the answers we've been given, provide the exact same result.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Others wishing to pose questions or make comments on Amendment A1? I see the Honourable Minister for Jobs, Economy and Northern Development.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to stand up today and talk about inhaling and exhaling at the same time. Now, Mr. Speaker, the firefighter they're referring to that fought the fire died while that member was the Minister of Labour. While that member had the opportunity to sign on the dotted line and change things. If she thought it was so important to change at that time, why didn't she? Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the reason why is because they're playing politics today. It sort of reminds me a lot of the comments in relation to advertising before campaigns. Now, Mr. Speaker, we saw $20 million being spent by the NDP advertising before the last campaign, before the 2019 campaign. And Mr. Speaker, it reminds me of the $9 million they spent advertising the very popular carbon tax just a little while before that, Mr. Speaker. What we have in place here is a piece of legislation that works, Mr. Speaker, that is going to work because it has a fairness provision. We don't have exactly the same legislation as Ontario or other jurisdictions. We have legislation made in Alberta for Albertans. And that's why we have a fairness provision within that legislation to make sure that there's nobody that falls through the cracks. Now, Mr. Speaker, no one's going to fall through the cracks of this government. They did through the last government, the NDP government, when they were in power. We know that. And that's why I say to you today, Mr. Speaker, inhaling and exhaling at the same time takes a talent. Saying one thing and doing another thing. And being all of that righteous indignation that is coming from the opposition because they know that they had the opportunity to do it and they didn't do it. We are doing it, Mr. Speaker. We're getting it done. We're going to make sure we do it properly. We're going to do it on the evidence, Mr. Speaker, because WCB is there for the people of Alberta, the workers of Alberta. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker. I've met with the groups of firefighters. I was actually at the fire. I was there during the time that fire was burning my town down. Mr. Speaker, I was providing food and water to firefighters. I was supporting them. And I was in there, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember any of them being there. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all I remember from them is a lot of chatter, a lot of talk, but no substance. This government has substance, and we are standing up for the firefighters. We are going to make sure that no one falls through any NDP cracks, Mr. Speaker, because we actually care about firefighters and we care about the workers in Alberta. Thank you.
See the honourable member from Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the minister. This government has substance. It's a substance that, if I were to name, would be unparliamentary. To be clear, Madam Chair, our government made substantive investment, did substantive work to support Fort McMurray through that fire. That minister knows because that minister was briefed every day by our government about the situation, had access to the officials, unlike his government throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. We provided open access to the opposition during the time that he was leader. Madam Chair, the minister knows full well. He certainly has creative interpretation of the facts, both today and of what occurred then. I don't question that the minister was there. It was his hometown, it was his constituency. He looked out for the people there, and I recognize that he looked out for the firefighters then, but the question is whether he will today, Madam Chair. So there's certainly plenty of righteous indignation on that side of the aisle too. But the fact is, Madam Chair, as I said, what we are bringing forward today are the voices of those firefighters. They are asking the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, they are asking the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Northern Development to make this amendment. And again, Madam Chair, as I have laid out, they are not shy of making all kinds of other exceptions when they feel it suits their political interests, when it's their job that they feel is on the line, as opposed to the lives, livelihood, and health of these firefighters. So I suppose we will leave it for those firefighters to judge when we hold the vote today.
The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of our colleagues here today. Honestly, across the aisle, we're all trying to work through something here with genuine intent. And to the minister, obviously, very near and dear to your heart, since that was your home. Understand that there was personal loss as well, and a real plea to everyone in the room, if we can just keep our sticks on the ice, so to speak. There's a lot of emotions here, and we don't want to politicize this, honestly. It comes down to looking out for good folks that stepped into harm's way when most of us would have ran the opposite direction. And I remember full well, the Fort McMurray fires, that there were no recorded deaths at the fire scene, but there was a young couple that had a traffic incident getting out of there, again, coming back to areas to get out of there. And, coincidentally, up in that area, we'd been pipelining a couple of years prior, and we still had a 1,000-man camp sitting at Christina Lake or Mariana Lakes, I should say. And the camp manager there is Glenn Brooks, former Lance Corporal from the Airborne, and he ran the camp for us, and he started welcoming people off the highway to get them in and find a place for them to stay. The firefighters went above and beyond, trying to do what they could, and I remember hearing some testimony from the command center and the chief that was up there that had that responsibility to take care of it. It took an awesome toll. And not one of those people, first responders, whether it was firefighters or otherwise, flinched. They literally went headlong into that. So I can understand that there's a lot of emotion here today, because we all feel compelled to do the right thing for those folks that stepped up. And one of the best things that we can do, I would hope, since this might be one of my last speeches in this place as well, is that honestly we can hang our hat on something good. That we had a meaningful impact on them, and it's with that spirit that I believe the member opposite brought this motion forward, and is really just trying to take something that's good and trying to make it a bit better. Now, there is invariably, with that intent, there's invariably some issues that could arise. And I think that maybe it's not being fully articulated here in the House, again, with some of the emotions and where we're at in this season of, I think someone said it on the eve of election, so we all know we're looking down the barrel of a gun in that regard. But I won't be voting in favor of this. I do really appreciate the intent of it wholeheartedly from my heart, right across to the aisle to the member. But looking at a prior lens and a prior life, looking through contracts and processes and procedures, I think where a lot of the hesitancy on this is that if we try to tweak it too much more than what we have in the existing legislation, the new legislation coming forward, we might inadvertently cause some issues on the back end. And again, when there's already a process in place to catch with the Fairness Review Panel, I think fully that's what's taking place here. The Fairness Review Panel has to run its process as well. And if the folks in Lac St. Anne Parkland, through you, Chair, to the member opposite that brought this motion forward, and if the folks in Lac St. Anne Parkland choose to have me as their MLA again, and if that process falls through the cracks and it doesn't meet the intent, then you have my full commitment that we review this at a later date and take a look and see if we can do that. But it's with that too, and hopefully the member can understand, and through you to that member and the others opposite, that I'm fully supportive of the concept, but I'm concerned that we might cause some other issues and behind in the process. And again, it's with that full intent to make sure that none of our first responders have any issues. So I would compel folks to understand the spirit of the intent of this with the amendment, but to vote against it so we can get the bill through and then allow that process to take place. And again, full commitment from me if there is an issue later on that we can go back and look at that if it has to be tweaked through regulations or an amendment in an act. But I think we should take our win. I think we should do what we can while we can to make sure we get it there. If it's not 100%, at least it's 99.9, and then review those items later. So it's with that to everyone here, Madam Chair. If we can keep the emotions down, I know it's emotional, but it's really with good intent on both sides of the aisle. Thank you.
Any others on Amendment A1? I'll go to Edmonton Meadows and then the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take very long. So I just wanted to thank you, the member from the Lac St. Anne Parkland for jumping into the debate, but unfortunately that doesn't serve nothing at all, actually, what we are asking here and what is the issue. So we have opened the bill, we are debating the WCB, and all we see is a real case what we are discussing here. It's not a principle. It is not just a thought process. So we are guided by the principle, we learn more, we do more, or learn better, or do better. This is exactly this case is. And this is the real-time case. And more of this belongs to the member area, belongs to the member from the Fort McMurray. He's well aware of this. And it's very sad to see and hear kind of rhetorics we are coming to. Even this should have been very personal to the member from the Fort McMurray, that he didn't see who in Fort McMurray when it was burning. I don't know if he was able to see there were 4 firefighters actually putting their life on line to control the fire, national disaster, and protect the people in Fort McMurray. And that is what we are discussing here today. So if something NDP didn't do, if I come to your rhetoric, so is that the basic principle you wouldn't do it? So if this information was not there then, and we have the case here, and those hardworking firefighters, and I don't call them workers, national heroes, because they go into the situations. They are not ordinary work. They are not at ordinary work. When people are dying, when people are in danger, they jump on the situation, risking their life to save others. And we had a natural disaster, one of the Canada's larger natural disaster. And that's what we're discussing here. And there's a live case on this. It's sad to see the government house members' attitude and approach towards this, and they couldn't understand it. And I'm really actually, in a few days, I'm really disheartening when I see the government has very big heart on a number of those issues. They are not related to Albertans at all. But when it comes to helping real people, I don't see that approach. And once again, I will request and I will encourage, I hope, that changes your mind, show big hearts, and look this amendment with a bit of more sympathy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do get emotional about this issue. It is a very important issue to me. I've fought hard for this. I just want to say, historically, in Alberta, WCB does not do retroactivity because they have in Section 17, subsection 3 of the Act, the opportunity to, and that's the Fair Process Review Centre, the ability to reconsider any matter that it has dealt with and to rescind or amend any decision or order previously made. Now, I would also note that not only did the member opposite, when she was the minister, not make this particular issue for that firefighter that died on her watch retroactive, but she never made one single WCB issue retroactive. Not one, Madam Speaker, not one. And she didn't do that because she knew it was not the right thing to do, because it wasn't necessary, because under Section 17, subsection 3 of the Act, they have the ability to reconsider and go back in time and to deal with the issue if it's considered unfair. The process is there. The process works. And, Madam Speaker, I've said it in question period, I'll say it again, there's more good news coming for firefighters. In fact, we were number one in Canada for firefighter coverage, for WCB coverage, and then other provinces copied us. And, Madam Speaker, the great news is that very soon, Alberta is going to be number one by a large margin. Here, here. Number one again, Madam Speaker, because this government cares. Because this government cares about those people that take care of us. We're not going to let this firefighter or any other firefighter from the Fort McMurray fire or other fires that contracts cancer that's directly related to any of these fires behind. It's just not done, Madam Speaker. And this government is a caring government, as a government that relies on evidence and makes sure that the people of Alberta that put their lives on the line for us and their families are taken care of. Because that's what a caring, united Conservative Party government does, Madam Speaker. We take care of those that can't take care of themselves. The Minister of Affordability, he came forward with a huge package, over $2 billion, to take care of those less fortunate than some of us. The people that are the most vulnerable, seniors, young people, families. Madam Speaker, during a time that inflation is hurting everybody. And might I add, Madam Speaker, that initiative has made Alberta the lowest jurisdiction in Canada for inflation. Under 4%, whereas the rest of the country is above 5%. Madam Speaker, that speaks to the caring nature of our government, just like this does. So in the coming weeks, the coming days possibly, I encourage all members of this House and all firefighters, all families of firefighters to watch what we're doing, to take care of the most vulnerable, to take care of our firefighters, to take care of Albertans, because we know that the only people that are going to take care of Albertans is this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Millwoods.
Very much, Madam Chair. The Minister can't help bringing politics into this, and that's fair. I'm very proud that in 2018, under the NDP, as I was Minister of Labour, we were able to make sure that Alberta had the strongest primary site firefighter cancer regulation in the country. And I'm glad, genuinely glad to hear that the government, after 4 years, is finally going to do the adjustments to make sure that our firefighters have the coverage and support that we are now behind because other provinces have done more. That is wonderful and a success for firefighters, and I would encourage him to do that as soon as he can, because we've been asking about that for some time. But I'm incredibly disappointed by this government ignoring this amendment and not providing clear retroactive coverage for firefighters, because it does absolutely cause firefighters who are already fighting cancer to have to go through an additional, different process to fight for coverage, which they should not have to do. But the minister has clearly described that they will, and it does risk letting firefighters fall through the cracks. And what does that look like, Madam Speaker? That is firefighters who are fighting cancer or possibly passing away from cancer, not getting the coverage they and their family deserve, and possibly having to go through an additional bureaucratic battle to get that coverage. And that's what this government is risking with not accepting this amendment, which clearly provides very narrow support to firefighters who are on the ground in Fort McMurray, and retroactivity in this one case. As I've said in my remarks, fully understand that retroactivity is not something Alberta has typically done with the WCB, but it makes sense now and in this case because of the catastrophic traumatic event that we are talking about. So I've heard the government, I've heard their response. I don't think I'm going to hear any new arguments. At this point, Madam Chair, I disagree. I think the government is doing the wrong thing, and they are forcing firefighters who are fighting cancer, families who have lost loved ones, to go through additional steps. And it is disappointing to me, but I appreciate the debate that we've had here today, and I look forward to a future NDP government rectifying this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there others to join the debate on Amendment A1? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That has been defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A1. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Honorable Ms. Gray, Honorable Member Ceci, Ms. Bruneau, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack, Mr. Diol, Mr. Nielsen.
All those opposed, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Lowen, Honorable Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Honorable Mr. Jean, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mr. Jones, Honorable Mr. Rutherford, Honorable Ms. Furr, Mr. Stephan, Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Honorable Mrs. Allard, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Yassine, Honorable Mr. Yassine, Honorable Mr. Panda, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Walker, Mr. Long, Mr. Turton, Honorable Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 8, total against 24.
Honorable members, that amendment is defeated. We'll go back to debate. Committee of the Whole on Bill 9. Are there members wishing to join the debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. On Bill 9, the Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2023, on the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? It's carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 9.
Having...
Oh, I apologize. And report progress on Bill 12 and progress on Bill... No, I apologize. I did not move any motions at this point in time. Let's move on to Bill 10.
Let's do that. Coming into 4. Oh, yeah. Some extra signature. Members, we are debating Bill 10, the Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2023. Are there any members that wish to join the debate? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 10, Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2023. So I think what we can clearly see is that this is a bill about giving the Premier every tool she needs to use taxpayer money to try to secure another term. What it does, this piece of legislation, is creates the Alberta Fund, which is a $1.4 billion election campaign slush fund to buy votes. That's exactly what it is. In addition, it sets up conditions to bypass this place, the legislature, oversight, by allowing the minister to designate a number of things, which we'll get to a little later. So, you know, this couldn't be any more clear, Madam Chair, that this is a government. I mean, we're just weeks away from an election. We see a government spending millions on advertising. And now we see that they have put $1.4 billion aside basically for a slush fund. It bypasses oversight. And you know what? It's vote buying. That's what it is. Now, this UCP have a horrible track record when it comes to spending money on things that are questionable at best. And I think it's important to remind this government and anybody paying attention of their track record. Let's talk about the first, one of the things, I mean, there are so many things, but I mean, going back to 2019, we saw them bring in another piece of legislation, omnibus piece of legislation that included all kinds of things in addition to de-indexing benefits of some of the most destitute, I would say, people in Alberta. So people that are living in poverty for the most part, people that have disabilities, so they're on income support and AISH, they de-indexed that benefit and told them that they wouldn't find it onerous, and it was really important to get our fiscal house in order. That's what they said, all of them. They stood up, they defended it for years, as we continued to tell them about the problems. At the same time, they decided that they were going to designate about $120 million for a war room, an energy war room. Now, you know, all of us know how ridiculous that has been, what an enormous waste of money that has been, and actually embarrassing on the world stage a number of times. But it is what it is. The next big fiscal train wreck happened around, you know, it's unfortunate that they can chirp, but they can't stand up and contribute to debate. So it is unfortunate that we have to remind this government about that. Now, here's another one, Madam Chair, that you'll find interesting, I'm sure, because it's almost as big as the slush fund that's being created here. And that's when this government decided, right before an American election, that they were going to bet a whole bunch of money on then President Trump being reelected. Kind of interesting that they would bet on this person being reelected. I mean, all it takes is looking at polling. Clearly, they look at polling. They know what polling's about. You know, sure. But, you know, the point is that they bet Albertans money, resources, on something so ridiculous. Never mind that he had a track record that there is no need to mention here because it's, well, there's no need to mention it here. You know, we'll see, I guess, in the next few days if there's, you know, something that happens. First time past president or a previous president being indicted on crimes, sort of looks like that's the way it's going. It's interesting that this government chose to bet a whole bunch of Albertans' money on his being reelected. That tells you a lot. So at the time, Alberta's finance minister said that this $1.3 billion investment of taxpayers' money to the now defunct Keystone XL pipeline project was a prudent gamble. That's what this government said, that it was a prudent gamble. When polling was pretty clear, I'm not American, I don't vote in American elections, but just being an observer, it was pretty clear what was happening. But this government thought it was a prudent decision. You know, and here's another quote, is that, I'm just trying to see. Oh, actually, a quote from something the energy minister at the time said is added that this decision to put all of this money behind this was meshed with a broader commitment to grow Alberta's wellspring industry. That doesn't even make sense when you look at the state of American politics and that this government chose to waste all of those resources on a gamble. That's a fiscal train wreck. You know, they made the comment a day after the project operator, TC Energy Corporation of Calgary, officially abandoned the multi-billion-dollar cross-border project. They said, you know, that it was a good idea still, that it would mesh this wellspring of industry. Around that time, you know, there were also numerous court challenges at the time. Of course, this government doesn't actually like to pay attention to fact and what's going on. We also had the person that was also running for the job, the Democrat, Joe Biden, the now President of the United States, was very clear that if he was successful for his bid for the presidency of the United States, that this would be over. There was no sort of hedging or hints. It was very clear, crystal clear. And still, this government chose to waste Albertans' resources on a bet that was sure to fail. So that was one thing. There was here's some reporting, some public reporting around the time, around June, the end of June in 2022. And, you know, we heard from actually the Auditor General this time telling us that there were some serious problems around $4 billion in COVID spending in 2020-21. Serious problems in COVID spending. And this is a government that wants to create a $1.4 billion slush fund. This is their track record. So $4 billion in COVID spending, that wasn't really clear. Now, we have a really terrific Auditor General. I believe we have a really terrific Auditor General in Alberta, and I think that that office is certainly looking at the financial statements, but also looking at ways to improve. And so I think, you know, the report did talk about what we could do better in the future. Unfortunately, this government really chose not to take those recommendations with They just chose not to follow the recommendations and not to do the work, and so we continue to see these financial problems going forward. But, you know, some of the findings, the audit at the time could not trace how $1.3 billion in federal aid for the Safe Restart Agreement made its way through the ministries and was spent. This is the Auditor General of Alberta saying there's a problem here. With billions of dollars, it's not clear where it went. Did it actually help? Did you meet any targets? Did you meet any goals? Did it make life better for anybody? This government has not been able to demonstrate that with $4 billion in COVID spending. And this is a government that wants another $1.4 billion for a slush fund just weeks away from an election. That is not good. Some of the other findings that the Auditor General shared with Albertans going back a couple of years is they didn't always, this government has a problem, they don't have a problem announcing the spending that they're going to do. They do have a problem sort of coming out the other end and saying, well, we did spend this much and here were the results. But one key finding was that results analysis did not always include spending and results. So here's a list. Ministry of Health disclosing the quantity of PPE and rapid tests distributed, but not how much was spent on each of the categories of PPE, contact tracing or rapid testing. There was no information. There was no clarity about where that was spent. The Ministry of Health, again, not disclosing the number of vaccines received by the federal government. This is the Auditor General saying, we have a problem here. The Ministry of Health not describing what it achieved by spending $260 million to protect staff and residents in long-term care. And still, we know they were devastated. People living in long-term care during COVID were devastated. They were devastated by illness, by death, by isolation. And this government, there's no clarity on where the money went and what were the results. Ministry of Education, not disclosing individual initiative spending or results for $263 million in spending for the safe return for class. So these are federal dollars that the province of Alberta received during COVID to distribute for a number of programs, and the Auditor General of Alberta saying, whoa, we have a problem. Not the first problem this government has had. There have been many. Let's fast forward a little bit further to the Auditor General telling Albertans about some of the errors that this government has made in their accounting that they actually had to go in and correct. So, hang on one second here. One of the things that this government did, and maybe you'll remember this, is that they decided that they were going to make life better for disabled Albertans by changing the date that they received their benefits. So changing the date that the money showed up in their account. So before the UCP decided to mess with this, they used to get their funds a few days before the end of the month so that there was time enough to go get a bus pass if needed, to make sure the rent was paid on time, all of those things. This is a group of people typically with not a lot of resources. So as you can imagine, they're living from month to month on that deposit. So when things are a little bit late, life gets difficult. This government decided to just unilaterally change the date. We're going to make it for the 1st. We're doing it to line up all the programs, which wasn't really true because they didn't do it for seniors. They only did it to the big programs to make the budget look better. They actually only recorded 11 months of expense in a 12-month period to make their books look better, and they got caught by the Auditor General, and they had to make that change. They had to reverse this because it was wrong. In the meantime, tens of thousands of Albertans were impacted by this decision. They didn't bat an eye. This is the kind of fiscal mismanagement you get from this UCP government. It just goes on and on. And that was just one of the examples. That's just one teeny example of the Auditor General. They flagged $1.6 billion of accounting blunders. That's not me. That's the Auditor General of Alberta. Report card on this government. He noted that the government also had to make a $100 million adjustment to the Keystone XL pipeline investment. The government made that investment before the fiscal year end, but the money wasn't reflected in the balance sheet. Just a little error on this government's part. There was also $152 million added to costs for 2 more income support programs, and this is what I was talking about, assured income for the severely handicapped. They recorded 11 months out of the 12. I mentioned that. The auditor said the department, and I quote, adjusted the numbers to appropriately disclose that Community Social Services exceeded its budgeted appropriation by $120 million. The auditor also criticized the Environment Department for muddled oversight on grants handed out under a $563 million fund that places a levy on heavy industrial greenhouse gas emitters. The auditor said there wasn't enough evidence to show that projects receiving fund money were in fact reducing emissions. Another example, $563 million, and this government could not prove the results. This is not me saying this. This is the Auditor General of Alberta. This is the financial disaster, one more financial disaster from this government. And this is a government that wants to create a $1.4 billion slush fund weeks before a provincial election. It's not good. So this is well, we heard yesterday, it was actually quite funny. I think the finance minister corrected one of our comments saying it was a structured slush fund. I think he said it in jest. But I would suggest that's exactly what this is. This is a whole bunch of money sitting there for this government to decide where they're going to spend it depending on where they need the most votes. That's all this is. There is no transparency. There's no oversight. There's no debate in this place about deciding where these resources are most needed or how they will most make life better. None of that. This is a pure and simple partisan slush fund. And it is unfortunate that so much of the funds that Albertans need to make healthcare better in this province, to make education better in this province, to reduce class sizes, to do all of the things, to properly re-index benefits that were cut in 2019 instead of just going forward, make people whole and get rid of those cuts that started in 2019. But no. This government would rather take $1.4 billion and put it in a fund for them to decide unilaterally what they're going to fund right before an election. You think that's not partisan? That is. That is partisan. And that's incredibly disappointing that this UCP government has so little respect for Albertans that they just have the audacity this close to an election to say, yeah, don't worry about it. We're just going to put $1.4 billion over here and we'll let you know where we're going to spend it as we go. Don't worry, trust us. Albertans don't trust this government. This government will find out soon enough. Albertans don't trust them. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Others to join the debate. The Honourable Member for Red Yourself.
Madam Chair, I'm really excited to stand in support of Bill 10, the Financial Statutes Amendments Act, and there's a lot of good material in this act, and I won't have time, of course, to cover all of the merits of this bill, but I'll just cover just a few. When you go to page 6, it talks about amendments to the Alberta Personal Income Tax Act. And of course, one of the great things that this legislature has done, and I appreciate the members opposite, they supported this amendment as well. In Alberta, we have the most generous charitable tax credit in the entire country. And I love it that Albertans, we have the highest per capita of giving. Albertans, compared to any other jurisdiction in Canada, we give the most to charities. And I think that speaks to the many great individuals and families that we have in Alberta. It is truly a place of freedom and prosperity. But what the amendments to this act do is that individuals, on the first $200 that they donate, we increased, this legislature as a whole, we voted to increase that tax credit from a provincial perspective to 60%. And so when an Albertan gives $200 on their first $200 of charitable donations, now they receive 75 cents on the dollar back on the first $200. And wow, what a great, I think it's something that I hope that each and every one of us in the legislature can be proud of. It's a wonderful thing. It helps and recognizes perhaps Albertans that have more modest means. Perhaps they want to donate to a charity. And now that we partner with them, the Alberta government, the taxpayers, partner with individuals who give to charities, they now can receive, for their $200 donation, $150 back. And the reason why I love that amendment as well is that it establishes parity with the political donation tax credit. Of course, if individuals donate to a political party here in Alberta, they receive a tax credit on 75% as well in the first $200. And now we've established parity with that. And of course, the donation limits on charities, rightfully so, and from a policy perspective, of course, are much higher for charitable donations than political donations. But I love the fact that we have created parity of treatment for our charities in Alberta. And so now, not only are we the most generous, most beneficial place to donate for individuals donating over $200, but now, of course, we also have established ourselves as the most competitive jurisdiction in Canada for people donating $200 or less. Now we give a 75% credit. And you know what? Bill 10 amends that to make it effective for this year. So any Albertan now that donates in 2023, they will receive a tax credit, 75 cents on the dollar back. And what a wonderful thing. And I hope that the members opposite don't find that offensive. And in fact, I expect they wouldn't. I certainly hope they wouldn't. They supported the bill, and I appreciate that they did that. That's a really good thing. The other thing that, and again, of course, I don't have time to cover everything, but one of the other things in Bill 10 is that we've amended the Local Government Fiscal Framework Act. You know, in Alberta, we are blessed with, natural resources. We are a land of prosperity. And so we have eliminated the 50% factor, so now making municipalities a full partner in terms of 100%, sharing of under the fiscal framework. And that increases the amount and resources they get through the provincial government to help them as they seek to serve Albertans. And my understanding is they're very excited about that. So again, another positive aspect of Bill 10. But I want to talk a little bit about the Alberta Fund, because it seems that the NDP doesn't necessarily understand how we have an Alberta Fund in the first place. The Alberta Fund is really a surplus fund. If we didn't have a surplus, we wouldn't have any amount in the Alberta Fund. And of course, the NDP, if they were ever in government, they would never have an Alberta Fund. They only have a deficit fund, right, and a debt fund. That's the NDP fund, is a debt fund, a deficit fund, right? We have an Alberta Fund, and so the only reason there is an Alberta Fund and that there's $1 billion in it is because we have a surplus, right? And of course, while the NDP, they never had a surplus. Why? Because they were very bad fiscal managers. They were a horrible government. When they came into power, they jacked up corporate tax rates, of course, making us very uncompetitive. Guess what happened to our corporate tax revenues as a province when the NDP came and jacked up corporate tax rates? Overall revenue from a corporate revenue tax perspective actually fell. We've reduced corporate tax rates so that we are the most competitive jurisdiction in Canada to start and grow a business. And you know what our corporate tax revenue has done? Even though we reduced corporate tax rates, we actually now have record corporate tax revenues. That is a wonderful thing. And I think, when we kind of talk about surpluses and prosperity, we're having record migration to Alberta, right? And that is a wonderful thing. So while the NDP like to talk about us being a fiscal train wreck, where they like to talk about fiscal management, well, people seem to be voting with their feet, and they're coming to Alberta. We see people coming from all across Canada, from all over the world, because this is a land of prosperity and freedom. And I love that. So in the fiscal framework, it talks about expense growth, right? And it seeks to limit expense growth to inflation and population growth, right? And before I became an MLA, of course, I am from Red Deer. I love Red Deer. It's where I grew up. It's where I came back with my young family, raised my family in Red Deer. It's a beautiful place. It's centrally located in the Calgary-Edmonton economic corridor. You know, it's not too big, not too small. It is, we have a beautiful river, park system, trail system, and we're close to these beautiful lakes. The beautiful West Country, which I love. It's such a great playground. Of course, we have the mountains nearby. But most important, it's a place where I raised my family, and I love the individuals and families in Red Deer, as I think each and every member in this legislature loves and cares about the individuals in their community. But what we're seeing in Red Deer, and I expect that we're seeing it in other throughout the province of Alberta, is people are coming here, right? Even though from a macro perspective, we live in a very challenged economic environment, Alberta is sort of a shining star. Not only in the world, but in Canada, people are wanting to come here. And why do you think that is? Do you think that's because they want to come to a woke, socialist, fiscal train wreck? No. Right? They're coming to Alberta because we are leading Canada in economic growth, right? We have the lowest taxes and the highest incomes, right? That is our inheritance and our legacy. That is the Alberta culture, freedom and prosperity. And does that have anything to do with socialist woke NDP? Madam Chair, it does not. Has nothing to do with them. So, of course, they wouldn't understand the concept of an Alberta fund being a surplus fund, right? It's a surplus fund because if there was no surplus, there would be no balance in it. And, of course, the NDP, it's a foreign concept to them because they were horrible people in terms of how they managed this country, this province. Yeah, Madam Chair, sir, I didn't mean that. They were horrible fiscal managers. They're very incompetent, Madam Chair. They did a horrible job. And the reason I know that is because when I visited individuals and families, when I was knocking in doors in Red Deer South, there would be individuals that perhaps worked in the oil and gas sector, right? And under, unfortunately, this horrible government, they chased out capital, they drove away businesses, and they've never apologized for the economic harm that they did. When they were in office, when they became government, during the 4 years that they were in government, private sector jobs actually shrunk under their mismanagement. And they've never apologized for that, so of course they had their billion-dollar deficits. They were horrible government. I mean, they did a horrible job, we know that. But they inflicted a great human cost, kind of underlying their incompetence. They drove away Albertans from being able to provide for themselves and their families. They chased away capital under an NDP socialist woke government. Businesses didn't want to come and invest in Alberta. No, they left, right? They were like partners with their bosom buddy, Justin Trudeau. Part of an NDP Trudeau Axis, socialist woke alliance. They were just a horrible, horrible government, and it's so good that they're gone. But really, because they're a horrible government, what are the fruits of horrible government? Huge billion-dollar deficits. So I am so grateful that we find ourselves now a place of freedom and prosperity. We have record migration coming here. I know why Albertans are coming here, because place of opportunity. The clouds have lifted under this horrible gray NDP storm cloud. They're going away, and in the next election they'll be even further away. Very happy about that, because we've been able to repair the damage that they've done. So I'm really excited, Madam Chair, about supporting Bill 10. I love individuals living in their means. Of course, this government never understood what that is. They were horrible government. We have surpluses. We are on the right track. We're a place of freedom and prosperity. And I'd invite the members opposite to vote in favor of Bill 10, vote in favor of freedom and prosperity, vote in favor of us undoing the horrible things that they did. Thanks, Madam Chair.
There are others. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciated the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 10. And I'd like to thank the member for Red Deer South for a colourful speech, perhaps his last in this legislature, but certainly it was one that allowed me to completely fill out my conservative cliche bingo card. So I certainly appreciate those efforts on his part. So, Madam Chair, the member for Red Deer South spoke at length about the Alberta Fund being a surplus fund. So certainly this government does have a surplus, in part because of the social debt, infrastructure debt they have created in many other areas in the province of Alberta, and in part due to a soaring price of oil, for which they can take absolutely no credit. But certainly I would note, Madam Chair, that it has been observed by economists in the province of Alberta that with the drop in the price of oil, this government could in fact find itself running a deficit under its current projections. So while the member celebrates and claims fiscal responsibility, we know what the realities actually are, that this is a government that continues to gamble on a high price of oil, which is about the opposite of what this member is claiming. And again, it's very similar with this Alberta Fund, slush fund. The fact is, Madam Chair, even if this was actually a surplus fund, it is not fiscal responsibility to set $1.4 billion aside for the government to simply spend on a whim 1 month before an election. That is not the kind of integrity or fiscal responsibility the member for Red Deer South was just claiming that his government champions. Certainly, if any other government before had attempted to do such, I'm pretty sure that member would have been in strong opposition and spoken vocally against it. But when it is his government approaching an election in which he is perhaps in danger of losing his seat, he's in favor. Now, there are many things that could be done with that $1.4 billion, Madam Chair. And when we were speaking about the legacy of this government, as many of their members have, and as the Minister of Finance did, and took extensive time during their discussion on Bill 10 to brag about their record on investing in healthcare and other areas, let me tell you a bit of a story about a current situation under this government while they are setting $1.4 billion aside in a slush fund for their election campaign. Down in High River, for nearly 15 years, the High River Youth and Adult or Teen Clinic has been providing safe, confidential, accessible sexual and mental health services to teens and young adults in and around High River. It is celebrated. It is respected. I received a letter in support of it from the Boys and Girls Club in the area, recognizing the deep impact it has on supporting young people, youth in that area. Many of the youth they serve come from vulnerable groups like the LGBTQ2S+ community or from Indigenous communities. I've received letters from doctors, from the Boys and Girls Club, others calling it a vital part of healthcare in their community, important and life-saving, a vital preventative service. Madam Chair, under this government, as they were preparing this budget, as they were preparing to set aside $1.4 billion for their election slush fund, on February 7th, just a few hours before Dr. Jennifer Norheim, who has been at that clinic since it began, was getting ready to open the clinic for the day, she gets a call from Alberta Health telling her that they had told their local, she got a call from their local PCN who had gotten a call from Alberta Health. Alberta Health telling that local PCN they could no longer use their funding to pay for her work at the young adult and youth clinic. No warning, Madam Chair. No offer of time to negotiate. No suggestion of how they could find another way to fund that work, to simply an ultimatum. You cannot fund that with your dollars anymore. Now, the argument, Madam Chair, was that that work should be done under fee for service. while the Minister of Health is crusading on having accepted the recommendations of the MAPS committee, the early recommendations, which talk about trying to get away from fee-for-service. But regardless, Madam Chair, while this government was preparing to set aside $1.4 billion, as in here in Bill 10, for their election slush fund, they told that local PCN they could no longer use their dollars to fund the work of Dr. Norheim. So Dr. Norheim is left with the choice, Madam Chair, of choosing to volunteer her time at the clinic, do that work unpaid, as this government demanded so many family doctors do throughout the course of the pandemic while they were still maintaining their war against physicians in the province of Alberta. Dr. Norheim can't afford to do that, so the clinic will be closing as of March 31st, end of next week. And you know what, Madam Chair? Dr. Norheim mentioned that there are no family doctors accepting new patients in their area. None. So those young people will lose their access at the youth and young adult clinic, and they will have no other options in the community to access that care. None. That is the reality on the ground while this government celebrates their $1.4 billion in this apparent surplus fund that the member for Red Deer South is so proud of. What better use of a surplus, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, than to actually fund access to care in the community for vulnerable youth? But no, they're not doing that. They're setting this $1.4 billion aside to campaign for their jobs. It flies in the face of everything that the Minister of Health and the UCP say they're actually working to support. In the words of Dr. Norheim, this is a decision that will add more chaos and instability to the system. It will hurt access to primary care. It will increase the pressure on their local emergency departments, while this government stands with their chosen fixer, Dr. Cowell, and claims that they have solved all of these issues. Again, Madam Chair, more interested in their re-election than actually doing the work they were elected to do for Albertans. I can tell you, Madam Chair, that this clinic is precisely the kind of model of care that an Alberta NDP government will invest in, that we will support, regardless of the price of oil. Because that doesn't change the need in the community, Madam Chair, or the needs of these youth. Member for Red Deer South talked about people voting with their feet. When we're talking about family doctors and care in the community, Madam Chair, better places where we could be spending this $1.4 billion that they're using for an election slush fund, let me tell you, just today, we got the results for residency positions across Canada. Young graduating doctors making their choice of where they want to go to do their residency training and potentially build their career. In family medicine, Madam Chair, Alberta had 42 vacancies for family medicine. From what I've seen, that's the highest of any jurisdiction in Canada. BC, Madam Chair, had 2 vacancies. So young doctors, Madam Chair, are voting with their feet in the face of this government and its decisions and its supposed fiscal responsibility. That is a different kind of debt, one that doesn't show up necessarily on the actuarial table, but certainly does show up for these youth in High River and the tens of thousands of other Albertans who do not have a family doctor and don't face much of a prospect of getting one under this government. And this is part of a pattern, Madam Chair. This government, as they're preparing for this election, and in their debate on Bill 10 and in some of the other debate, this government has talked about, election advertising. And boy, the Alberta NDP in 2018, let's see, so that's a full year they're talking about here, Madam Chair, about the amount of government advertising that was spent on an election that took place 4 months after that, when they themselves are massively increasing government advertising spending directly before the election, including $9 million that they're awarding themselves in supplementary spending. Interesting thing, Madam Chair, February 1st, 2019, the former Premier, the Honourable Jason Kenney, committed that a UCP government would extend a ban on non-essential government advertising to include not only the campaign period, but also the months leading up to it. Promise made, promise not kept, Madam Chair. Indeed, instead, what we saw this government do was, through Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act, create a fixed election date, which then removed the existence of that campaign period. So all of a sudden, conveniently, there are no rules and restrictions anymore on government advertising right up to the red line. So what we see, again, Madam Chair, is through this $1.4 billion slush fund, through the massive increase in government advertising spending, which the member for Red Deer South would have decried if any other government were doing it. But he's happy to support it to potentially try, and I do say try, to save his own seat. This government is willing to abuse the use of taxpayer dollars, the same dollars that they claim they're so proud to protect. $1.4 billion, as I noted yesterday, that they clawed out of the pockets of AISH recipients, folks on income supports, seniors that received the Alberta Seniors Benefit, students who needed special needs support in schools, family doctors as they were scraping to get by, having to close clinics and lay off staff in the midst of the pandemic. None of those folks, none of those causes, none of those issues were as important as this government needing to save its own skin. That is the reality of what we see before us in Bill 10 with the Alberta Fund, a $1.4 billion slush fund for the next election. But Albertans see it, Madam Chair. Now, certainly there are a number of things in this bill that we don't find objectionable. Certainly, as the member for Red Deer South said, making it easier to begin the extension of the expansion of the tax credit for charitable donations. We have no issue with that whatsoever. The government choosing to force Albertans to make donations basically is what we have with this $1.4 billion slush fund. That we do have an issue with. But nonetheless, we've seen quite clear where this government's standards lie and what its intentions are and how far it's willing to go when it's seeing the writing on the wall, as Albertans make quite clear what their thoughts are on this government's record, on the choices it has made, on the level of arrogance and entitlement that they have brought forward that rivals that of the 44-year dynasty of the PC government. And indeed, you could say in some senses exceeds it, because they managed to get there where it took 44 previously. They got there in 4. But thankfully, in May, Madam Chair, we have the opportunity to cut that short and make sure it ends at 4. And we bring some integrity and respect for Albertans back to this government. And I look forward to the opportunity to do that.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is always a pleasure to rise and speak in this chamber.
Indeed.
I stand today to express my support for Bill 10. Firstly, I would like to applaud the Premier, the Minister of Treasury Board, and Finance, all the ministers for coming up with a budget that will secure the future of Alberta. It balances the priorities of Albertans in healthcare and education while ensuring the government lives within its means. This budget builds on Alberta's strong foundations and continues to position the province for further diversification and growth. Through this government's fiscal responsibility during the past 4 years, supports and reliefs to Albertans during this time of high inflation are readily available without incurring debt. And speaking of debt, Madam Chair, through this government's proper management of provincial finances, we are now able to reduce and pay down the provincial debt, which was never done by the members opposite during their time in the government. What they did was to accumulate more debt, Madam Chair. The members opposite were not even able to balance the budget, and it seemed that they never intended to balance it, as it can be noticed on their continuous assertion of spending spree. Yeah. They even hinted that they would increase taxes, which we already have seen, Madam Chair. It drove away job creators and billions of investments. Horrible. While they plan to spend more and incur more debt to Alberta, leaving future generations to pay for it, they have not yet to mention any shadow budget. On the other hand, this government have planned to balance the budget from day one of assumption of office. It is wise and thoughtful plan to eliminate the largest deficit in Alberta's history. In fact, during the start of this government into administration, the deficit has decreased even faster than initially planned. A balanced budget would give us the ability to reduce the debt servicing charge and pay down the debt. It would remove the burden to future generations to pay debt that they did not incur. When the previous government assumed governance of the province, debt servicing was under 800 million a year. When they were ousted from office, it was about 2.3 billion a year. As this government paid down the debt, Madam Chair, we are able to redirect this debt servicing amount to more useful services that Albertans rely on, including healthcare, infrastructure, social programs, childcare, and education. And Budget 2023 is another opportunity for this government to create and build in Alberta's future with a forecast surplus of 2.4 billion in a robust economic activity poised to lead the country in economic growth. It is aimed to have a financial stability and ensures a greater successful future for Alberta by growing the economy, creating good paying jobs, strengthening healthcare and education, and keeping Alberta communities safe. Through the well-thought strategy of this government, our economy is showing encouraging signs of recovery and growth. But there is a lot more to be done to further diversify, strengthen our workforce, grow our resources, and extend the needed help for all Albertans. Madam Chair, Budget 2023 also includes inputs from Albertans and stakeholders. The government received feedbacks and submissions from Albertans and various stakeholders through consultations conducted by way of online surveys, written submissions, and telephone town halls. Everyone's views were all considered by the government, and they all received with great help in understanding the priorities of families, businesses, and communities. Having said that, Madam Chair, let me express my appreciation to all who participated with the Budget 2023 consultation. Alberta is continuously moving forward, Madam Chair, through the government's focus, responsible fiscal management, relentless pursuit of economic growth. It has put the province on the most sustainable fiscal trajectory, creating expanded financial capacity, resulting in additional government revenues. The job-creating corporate tax cut introduced by this government, Madam Chair, is proving to be more than sensible approach than the increasing of taxes imposed by the previous government. Through this approach, it is estimated for the fiscal year 2023-2024 that there is about $1.6 billion more collection in annual corporate tax revenue at 8% rate than the previous government did at 12% in 2018 and 19, demonstrating the huge investment framework established since this government took office. Multi-billion investments have started to come in Alberta, Madam Chair. It has been forecast that Alberta will again have an outstanding economic growth this year. The Amazon Web Services is building its second cloud computing hub in Calgary, amounting to $4.3 billion, while Emphasis and Memphis have opened their tech hubs last year in Calgary are to create thousands of jobs in the province. RBC has also established a tech hub in Calgary with about 300 jobs, while EY created a new finance hub with about 200 jobs in Calgary, impressed with the talented workforce. And just recently, Appalexis Technology is to open its new Canadian headquarters in downtown Calgary, creating 125 jobs in the process. Additional huge investment that has landed in Alberta is Lynx, Madam Chair, Canada's newest low-cost airline. It joins Flair and WestJet as Alberta-based airlines. These are just some of the many investments creating jobs in Alberta and boosting our economy, Madam Chair. As we saw, the unemployment rate hit pre-pandemic level in December 2021 by gaining about 130,000 jobs for the year, including 6,100 to the oil and gas industry. Moreover, in January 2022, we heard that Canada lost 200,000 jobs, but Alberta's economy gained over 7,000 jobs. 8,200 jobs were created in February 2022, which means more Albertans are returning to work and receiving a regular paycheck. Alberta got off a strong start in January this year, with our province gaining 20,600 new jobs and almost 11,000 more Albertans gained full-time jobs in February. Since 2021, Alberta has created more than 221,000 jobs. Our plan is working, and we are putting the right policies in place to grow and diversify the economy. Under the NDP, 183,000 Albertans lost their jobs and businesses fled our province. This proves that Alberta's economy has momentum, and this government is focused on even more job creation in Alberta, continues to be the economic engine of Canada. With its strong focus on investment, attraction, job creation, and economic growth, Budget 2023 sets the stage for Alberta to remain Canada's economic engine for decades. A $176 million grant to the already successful Alberta at Work initiative will help Albertans build their skills and find good jobs. It will also assist employers in their search for workers in existing and emerging sectors. Further investment in aviation and aerospace, agri-food manufacturing, and $24.5 million for Alberta Technology and Innovation Strategy will enhance emerging and innovative technologies, help attract even more venture capital investments to Alberta. Let me also add that Alberta continues to be the world leader in sustainable and responsible resource development among oil-producing jurisdictions. This shows that while we recognize that Canada's largest export is still the oil and gas industry, we're experiencing broad-based investment and economic diversification in our province. Nonetheless, this investment climate and composition does not mean that the government's approach in carefully handling the province's finances will twist. Alberta's government continues its disciplined spending to maintain balance and to secure Alberta's future. Albertans need a strong healthcare system with the capacity to manage extraordinary surges and provide an excellent standard of care to all. That is why Alberta's government is also setting new record for spending in healthcare through Budget 2023. Madam Chair, we have the best frontline healthcare workers in the world, and Budget 2023 provides the right supports to ensure Albertans get the care they need when and where they need it. We are seeing a record high investment into the Health Ministry's operating budget. An additional $965 million this year will help the Ministry of Health continue building a stronger healthcare system and ensure the government can do what's needed to improve wait times for ambulance services, emergency rooms, and surgeries. EMS services will be strengthened with $196 million funding over 3 years. This means more staff will be hired, and it implements the recommendations made by the Alberta EMS Provincial Advisory Committee. And for over 3 years, $15 million will be spent to source more EMS vehicles and replace or upgrade related equipment. As we aim to increase surgical capacity and help reduce wait times, Madam Chair, Budget 2023 commits $237 million over 3 years for the Alberta Surgical Initiative Capital Program, including $120 million in new funding to support additional projects in Alberta Health Services' own facilities. To attract, recruit, and train more doctors and nurses with a focus on family physicians for rural areas, Budget 2023 also allotted $158 million for these initiatives. This record investment also ensures...
To interrupt, but the committee is now recessed until 7:30 this evening.